Please come to stage or share experiences.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Today we're going to present our international experience. Okay. So in the first speaker is going to be Elmira Joltabat. She is a PhD graduate from University of Warwick, UK. She will share her experience, and just a minute, she's going to share her screen. Please, Elmira.
Hi, Shan. You have to use your microphone, otherwise.
Yes, hi everybody. Can I share my PPT?
Go ahead, Elmira, share it, please.
Oh, I don't know how to share.
1 second. Elmira, are you able to see the share screen button at the bottom of your screen next to the chat?
Yes, I can see.
Go ahead. Yes, click on share screen and then click on your presentation. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Can everybody see my slides? Dear colleagues, hello. I'm greeting you all from Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. My name is Elmira. I have a PhD in politics and international studies from the University of Warwick, which is located in the UK. Currently, I work in one of the top universities of Kazakhstan. I'm the head of the marketing department at the Eurasian National University. Today, I will be sharing with you a short story about my academic journey, by which I refer back to the time I studied for my PhD and early career fellowship funded by the University of Warwick. So, I started my PhD in 2016 in the Department of Politics and International Studies at the University of Warwick. It continued for 4 years, and it was funded by the Presidential Scholarship of Bolashak, the Republic of Kazakhstan. My supervisors, who are both associate professors, helped me endlessly with their comments and advice on my thesis, which analyzed Kazakhstan's branding initiatives. It is called Kazakhstan Nation Branding and National Identity, the cases of nuclear non-proliferation and Astana Expo. Their names were Edward Page and Caroline Kuzemko. So before the pandemic, of course, I led quite an active life. In the first and second year of my PhD, I visited different countries, trying to present my research articles, in general, my research to a broader audience. In 2018, I conducted a fieldwork back in Kazakhstan. I was able to interview 20 people who were involved in politics, such as scholars, observers, and policymakers. However, when the coronavirus hit the world, I was in the last year of my PhD, in the stage of writing up my doctoral dissertation. I remember that the World Health Organization, WHO, declared the outbreak of COVID-19 on 30th of January 2020, but it didn't pass a lot of time. After a couple of months, on March, it turned to a global pandemic. So it affected us immensely. It was so unexpected that British universities like mine didn't have enough time to properly switch from offline to online working lifestyle. On 23rd March 2020, Boris Johnson announced the UK's first national lockdown. So I, like my other PhD students in my department, were not only banned from visiting the campus, but were able to leave the house for strictly the limited reasons. Accustomed to working in office and interacting with other colleagues every day, it was very difficult for me to get used to the strict lockdown rules. At that time, I lived in a small studio apartment in the city center of Birmingham. I realized that working from home reduces your professional productivity. It was difficult to concentrate on my dissertation. I've lost control of time, and my work discipline was broken. However, despite that, I submitted my doctoral dissertation on 28th of July 2020 and waited for my viva for another 4 months. So I was able to submit my dissertation on time, despite the restrictions and travel bans. I started my 1-year postdoctoral fellowship in October 2020. The early career fellowship wasn't only a research program, but was a platform for engagement with other PhD students from different disciplines and share your experience. My main objectives during that 1 year were to participate Accolade training program, which is a twice weekly seminars, sometimes 3 times a week, depending on the wishes of organizers and participants, and develop a new research project called COVID-19 Nation Branding and Legitimacy in the case of Kazakhstan. And I also had to apply for different funding, research fundings, fellowships, and jobs. And I forgot to mention here, another goal was to write up 2 research articles and submit to high impact factor journals. During this 1 year of the fellowship, I was able to produce those 2 research articles, and I submitted them to the high impact factor journals. One of them got accepted, and second is still in the process of revision. So what are the key intakes from my personal experience? Of course, the main challenges was to switch fast to online work style and stop traveling. I was okay with staying home, but I saw other PhD students really struggling mentally and physically. I couldn't visit Kazakhstan when I needed. I stayed in the UK for almost 2 years. On the other hand, I saw the positive effects of pandemic to some areas of development. For example, the digital library, online working and teaching styles throughout the world became much better. For instance, today, it's easy to organize conferences and join different forums and undertake interviews through internet. It is the most affordable way of working in my view. So that's all from me. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you so much, Anita. That was amazing and engaging presentation. I really liked it. So there are different comments and takeaways we can get from this presentation. And of course, what we did notice that pandemic definitely challenged all of us, I guess. So we faced very similar challenges, as you mentioned. Thank you so much. We will keep all our questions to the end of this session. And now we're giving the floor to our next presenter, Diana Belvedere. Please. Diana, please be ready to prepare. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting session. And I would like to share my experience of doing PhD during the pandemic. And I'm a PhD candidate at the very final stage of my PhD career at the University of Glasgow School of Education in the UK. So I would like to give a little bit of my background. So right now I submitted my thesis and I'm awaiting my viva, which should be at the end of March. But at the time when the pandemic hit the world, I was in my 3rd year of PhD when I was supposed to actually finish my studies. But because of the pandemic, my studies had to be extended by 1 year. And I will explain why. I am working, in the past, I used to work as a teacher, and my thesis topic is related to teacher professional development in the context of lesson study in Kazakhstan. And as Elmira, I'm also funded by the Bolashak Republican Scholarship. I am a student with a family and parental responsibilities. I have at that time when the pandemic started, my daughter was 5 years old. Now she's 6. And that added a layer of challenges for me during my studies. And also I was working, and I'm still working as a tutor at the University of Glasgow. So when the pandemic started in March 2020, as I said, I was a third-year PhD student, and I was supposed to finish my studies in October 2020. That is exactly when my funding from the Republic of Kazakhstan ended. And however, because there was the pandemic and there were continuous lockdowns in the United Kingdom, when my child was at home and there was no kindergarten or nursery for her. Of course, this in a way has put a challenge to my working routine, and I had to extend my thesis submission by 1 year. At that time, I did not have any funding, and I had to fund myself with the help of my family, and also by working, taking additional hours as a tutor. Why I wasn't funded is because initially my program was supposed to fund me only for 3 years, and when I reapplied for additional funding, unfortunately, at that time in Kazakhstan, there was no legal legislation for funding international students because of COVID. And myself and my other colleagues were the ones who initiated that reform. And further students who are now in their second or third years, they can apply for that funding and get it as long as they kind of show evidence that they have been affected by COVID-19. I think it is a great achievement of our cohort as PhD students, especially in education, because we managed to initiate that reform, which will be very helpful for further students. For me, the key challenge during the pandemic, as I said, was juggling between my thesis work and caring responsibilities. I think as for everybody, my work routine has changed, and especially in the first lockdown, which lasted for 5 months in the UK, it was really hard to work, and I tried to work at night and then care for my daughter during the day. Because, as you know, primary school children, they do require attention as any children, and I couldn't balance between working during the day. So that's why I had to wake up very early and or go to bed very late. And that affected in a way my mental health, because I was always tired, there was no energy. And in the end, but I didn't take any annual leaves. I still decided to carry on. And at that time, my supervisors turned out to be very supportive and understanding, and I'm grateful to them for that. And I don't think there was much pressure on their side, because they understood that it is quite challenging for everyone. Though I did struggle with my academic studies and parental responsibilities, I still managed to be quite productive during my pandemic year. I managed to produce 2 collaborative publications with academics from my own department and from Australia, which I see as a good achievement for myself. And I also engaged in one international collaborative project for which myself and my colleagues won a grant from a UK organization, and we managed to produce a methodological toolkit about how to design virtual workshops during the pandemic. And also I managed to present my research at a good conference, Comparative and International Educational Society, which was supposed to be in live. However, due to the pandemic, at the last moment, it was transferred online. And I also submitted an abstract for another conference on educational research. However, unfortunately, the conference was canceled due to the pandemic, but I managed to present it later in this year. as the previous attendant said, yes, the pandemic has had its own challenges. However, in a way, I found later when I started adjusting to the time, I found that I can be quite productive because first, there is no need to kind of commute from work to from home to work, and it's possible to adjust your own routine while being at home and being flexible. And I don't think I felt lonely or as single students do because I have my family, and that in a way helped me to the pandemic time helped me in a way to focus on my family life as well and take as much time with my daughter as I could. And I also continued working as a tutor for College of Social Sciences program. And again, with that program, everything also changed online. And I think that was a good experience in terms of teaching for me because I managed to master the virtual learning environment. And that is a good kind of point for my CV for the future. Now I would like to share my experience of my final year as a PhD student when I starting from fall 2020 and to now. So as I said, my writing up was delayed by half a year. And finally, in September 2020, I finished my analysis for my PhD study and started writing up my thesis. The whole year till up December 2021 was quite intense because it was only writing of my thesis, making corrections and finalizing it. And finally, in December 2021, I finalized it and submitted. Now, hopefully, waiting for my viva. And though I tried to concentrate only on my writing, I still couldn't resist going into other projects. And I managed to produce a collaborative publication with my PhD fellow colleagues from my school. And that publication should be out soon. And that is actually a publication on the pandemic experiences of doctoral students. And I think it will be quite interesting for the wider audience. And yes, I managed to continue engaging with conferences and presented at ESER 2021, which was online again. I did a couple of invited talks for Kazakhstani audience, and always, because I needed to support myself financially, I continued working as a tutor for the program that I was working before the pandemic. And I also joined a non-governmental organization of a PhD union in Kazakhstan. It is a kind of self-initiated organization by the female students from Kazakhstan who do PhD or who have finished PhD, and we provide support to incoming students or to the people who would like to work on publications or something. We do it as volunteers, just for our own purpose, but in a way it is promoting PhD, doing PhD and going into academia among female students from Kazakhstan. So overall, I would say that pandemic has taught me that the first thing we need to do is to care about our own mental health and physical health. And though there is kind of fixed amount of time for a student to do a PhD, it is still everybody's own journey. And for each student, it can be unique and it doesn't have to be the same as others. So for example, some of my colleagues finished their PhD within 3 years, while for me, it took like 4 years and 2 months. But it is absolutely fine. I learned it during this challenging time, not to compete with anyone, not to compare myself to anyone, because it's my journey and it's unique and it's my own story. I found the value of engaging in collaborative projects and activities during the pandemic because first, it is great to engage because you communicate with people, you build your own networks, and probably one of the key positive outcomes is that you kind of build track record of your work, which will be definitely helpful when you finish PhD and go into the field of finding of jobs, for example. For example, for now, I have quite a good CV as I look at it, and I think it will help me in finding a good job in the future. And yes, at the beginning, I think when the pandemic started, everybody was thinking, oh, this is not going to end. The PhD will continue forever. But we shouldn't give up, because there is always the light at the end of the tunnel. And I started seeing that light, I think, half a year ago in the summer, when I was finally working on revisions for my thesis. So yes, PhD doesn't last forever. It's a good journey. And there will be an end to it, and there will be even time when you start missing it, which I'm actually doing now. So thank you for your attention. Yes.
Thank you so much, Oriana. It's a very interesting perspective on how you need to combine your family and your PhD studies. And we know that we have a lot of students at your university who does the same, right? So we have our kids and we do our graduate studies. Thank you. Let's have our next presenter, Aigirim.
Hello, everyone. Good morning to you. Good morning to professors, students, and participants. Thank you for invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be the part of this event. Let me introduce myself. I am Aigirim Kazhinbergenova, PhD candidate at Eurasian National University, Kazakhstan. So please let me share my doctoral experience under and post-pandemic COVID-19 from the perspective of Kazakhstan Eurasian National University. So shortly about my doctoral studies at Eurasian National University. I'm a second-year PhD candidate. My program is International Relations, Gumilov Eurasian National University. It is located in the heart of Eurasia, city Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. So my research and doctoral coursework since fall 2020 up to date looks like the following. So I and my groupmates have finished 5 courses, plus pedagogic practice, research practice. I have already published 3 articles in national journals and Scopus Index journal. I have also 2 ongoing collaborations with my colleagues and professors about education and internationalization. And the second one is educational one. So this looks like something, the project like Diana is telling. So it's called IHEAP. This is about the non-governmental organization for international administrators, senior administrators of Kazakh universities. And we have developed the NGO called IHEAP in order to develop capacity building of internationalization in Kazakh universities. So the
slides. We don't see your slides. You want your slides?
You cannot see my slides, sorry.
Presentation.
Just put it on a presentation mode. On the right is the button for presentation mode.
Okay.
So can you click on the presentation?
Нужно переходить на следующую страницу. Вы не переворачиваете страницы.
Yes, we don't see how you move your slides.
I think this is something technical. It's just a sec, few minutes.
So just click on the button.
There you go.
Good, good. Now we can see it. Thank you.
It's good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for noting that. So I have attended 3 conferences during my doctoral studies. One is organized from Eurasian National University. Also, I have attended the summer schools, roundtables, to which I'm thankful to my home university, Eurasian National University. Everything went online and was organized virtually. Regarding my education and research at Eurasian University, I would like to say that all the events and conferences and meetings, education process, online trainings and seminars, conferences, summer schools and roundtables went also online with the platform Microsoft Teams. I'm very thankful that it was very safe and very helpful in terms of technical and in terms of safety of information. And so everything was online and organized on this platform. I would like to tell a bit about my personal experience, my feelings during my studies. I was very happy and very relaxed because during the pandemic, during the studies, I felt a tremendous constant support from the university. Specifically, it was online support from the library services. We had remote access to international databases in order to make our researches, to find some other materials and information concerning our thesis. Everything went online, of course. So advising, consulting, and recommendations, communication with administrators and specialists of the university was on Microsoft Teams, WhatsApp, Zoom, and telephone calls. So I'm also thankful to leaders and departments of the university because weekly, monthly, periodical, we had some meetings concerning our studies with some detailization or discussion with details and specific features of our online studies where we can ask some questions or share our feelings or share our thoughts about our studies. But as a doctoral student, as PhD candidate, I felt lack of face-to-face communication because our thesis, our research work always needs some in-depth discussion, some detailed discussion with supervisor or professors of the university. In order to be more objective and to find the real picture, I have conducted a short survey among my doctoral group mates and other candidates of Eurasian National University. So I divided my respondents into two groups. First year candidates were referred to post-pandemic students who entered in 2021, and second and third year PhD candidates were referred to under pandemic. And the first question was, has the pandemic COVID-19 affected your doctoral studies? And post-pandemic candidates gave us mostly the answer no, specifically 67. And in pandemic candidates like me and my group mates, they answered yes. So particularly 60% replied yes, that pandemic affected their doctoral studies. The following question was, has the pandemic COVID-19 has influenced your studies? They were given to choose the indicator from scale 0 to 5. And luckily, the picture is very good because most respondents gave positive answers, but though 43% chose the option partially negatively and positively. The next question was, how was your communication with supervisor? So I'm glad that this picture is also good because 40% chose the option good and about 35% chose the answer very good. Also, they were asked to give the evaluation of communication with the university's administrative staff. So as you see, half of them felt very good with communication with them, and about 30% very good. Also, they were asked to determine some most popular challenges. And as you can see, the most popular challenge was access to internet. So 50% of candidates chose this option. key takeaways from my survey looked like this. So most of our candidates would like to study offline despite of the pandemic. Some of them said that there was no special with their education during the pandemic, and you can see some of other options on the screen. So personally, me, I would like to support this idea because I would like to study offline too, because doctoral thesis and PhD level requires, I think, more face-to-face communication with supervisors. The following key recommendations came from the survey. So despite the pandemic, despite all the challenges, barriers we had, and some difficulties with technical ones, with access to internet, we should study hard, we shouldn't stop. We should go forward towards our aim, towards the thesis defense, and we shouldn't stop like they say, you see the target, you don't see the barriers. So I totally support this idea. We should study hard and do not see any challenges. Thank you. If you have any questions,
Thank you so
I'm very
much.
grateful, yeah, to answer. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the data of this study. That was also interesting to see how other universities in the world faced and felt about pandemic challenges. Now we have our last presentation. My name is Anita. She's from Russian University and she will share her experience. All right, Anita, please share screen.
Hello, everybody. I'm really glad to see you all here today, and I'm really thankful for you all to come offline, yes, to listen to the presentations of other PhD students, and also I greet the students and professors, doctors online. So I try to share my presentation. So it is. Here it is. Can you see it? Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, my name is Anita Poplavska. I'm from High School of Economics, Russian State University, and I would like to share my experience of studying with you. So my presentation mainly includes 6 parts, and I start with my education and work experience to tell you who I am and what I'm doing here. Then I will talk about doctoral studies. They started before the pandemic and continued during it. And now I'm finishing my PhD studies and trying to finish my PhD thesis. Yesterday, I discussed it with the colleagues and took some very productive comments on it, and will rewrite some parts and make it finished. So then I will talk about work experience, which is also important because PhD is part of the life when you work, study, and write your own papers, articles, and try to describe your ideas on the paper and share it with the audience. Then I will talk about publications, which includes my work with empiric data and also with some theoretical books and works. Then I will talk about teaching and about the PhD thesis and the aim of it. So my education was totally spent in the High School of Economics. I started bachelor with a bachelor degree, then international master. The program was in English. My academic supervisor was Dr. Tatiana Karapchuk, which is now working in the United Arab Emirates. So I had an opportunity to join the conference, which was the title of it, it was devoted to the surveys, research on youth, education, employment, family formation, values, and well-being. And I had an opportunity to visit Align and Dubai, so I'm very glad that I had this opportunity before the pandemics. Then I started my PhD in 2016. I had I gave a birth, to a child, so I take the parental leave, and actually my online life started during this period. So the pandemic didn't change my lifestyle, and the experience of working online much, but it also changed some parts of how I work and how I communicate with the colleagues and meet with them. So now I'm back, yes, after 3 years of this parental leave, and continue to work with the colleagues and also start teaching. So it is about some work experience. I also had some experience of working in Europe, in Luxembourg, and I'm really grateful for this experience. So during my studies, I combined, yes, working with studies. And I find it very helpful for the PhD students because it helps us to implement our real experience in our studies. So during my doctoral studies at the university, yes, I hold some courses offline before the pandemic and some courses online. And I think it is a great opportunity to broaden your knowledge, to see the courses which are presented by other universities all around the world, some American universities, English universities, some European great universities, and you can just join them and have a certificate. So it is very helpful that this online education is accessible for all of the students. Also, I took part in some scientific seminars when it was possible. I attended them offline. And I think that education process cannot be totally implemented online because there is a strong need for a person to communicate face-to-face and see the reactions of the people, talk with them formally, informally, and I feel that it is very needed for the experience of PhD students. So I also worked in the laboratory, and I really suggest the PhD students to combine your work and studies experience. And if you have an opportunity to join some scientific laboratory at the university, or to work on the project, some applied projects, or some fundamental research projects, you should join. It is needed to enrich your experience, to discuss your ideas, to apply your skills and knowledge on practice. As for the articles, yes, I didn't include it in the presentation. We have the very user-friendly website of our university, High School of Economics, where you can see the research and publications which were made. We have English version and Russian version of this website. So if you're interested what I'm doing, what articles I write, you can see it on the website. And if you are interested in some topics which are written in Russian language, there is also an extract which is translated in English. And if you're still interested about the article or some ideas which were discussed and developed in these articles, you can write to me and I will be really glad to share my knowledge and talk to you about the topic which you're interested in. So yeah, then book reviews. I think it is really important for the students who make PhD in social sciences, in psychological sciences, in some humanitarian, yes, sciences, to write some book reviews and read books, not only articles, because an article sometimes some ideas are presented very not so broad, yes, and to understand the whole idea, we should read very huge books, yes, and then understand the authors, which we cite in our articles. So reading books, I think it's very helpful for the PhD student to understand what we are doing. Yes, and I wrote 2 of them and feel that it was really helpful. As for the teaching, yes, I would suggest that if you feel yourself as ready to teach, yes, and if there is an opportunity to be a teaching assistant on the course, you should take this opportunity because it helps you to develop your soft skills, yes, to develop some, to have more deep knowledge about the subject that you are studying, and also to teach yourself how to manage your time. Yes, and 2 last slides about my PhD topic. It is mainly connected with the work values, and I try to understand how people, how students during their education, yes, in the universities, change their work values, yes, and how they change with age, and which determinants influence it. So the data was totally collected online, and I'm grateful for my colleagues that they helped me to collect this data, and it was included in some projects which were made for the governments and the big projects where we asked all the students all over the Russia. So I included my 2 questions in this big questionnaire. And that is why I collected my data for the project. And also I held some interviews. They were also taken online. The students were all over the Russia, all of the regions, yes. And I didn't, I wouldn't say that there are any critical differences about holding interview offline and online. So if you turn on the camera and see a person, you can make a qualitative interview online. So yeah, some last tips, yeah, about the PhD thesis. I would say that it is not easy, yes, and if you implement your PhD, yes, and as I understand, we talk about PhD students, yes, who just begin. It is really a journey, yeah, as our previous presenter talked. It is really interesting, it is really inspiring to make your own PhD thesis, but it's really hard. And sometimes we perceive some criticism from the colleagues, from the people we didn't know in advance, yes, and who just criticize what we are doing. But this criticism helps to develop ideas, to understand what we are doing, what for we doing this PhD thesis. And as for me, I think that the main idea which can be formulated in one sentences, is really important to find this idea, and it is hard. So, yeah, thank you very much. I wish successful PhD studies for all. And I think that during the pandemic, we had a chance to think about, yes, the meanings of what we are doing and what for. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your recommendations and takeaways. I guess our PhD students at your university, they will definitely benefit, and as well other international students working in social studies will benefit too. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions? If you have one or two questions, we can respond. Our participants try to respond. Any comments and questions from the audience?
Basma has a question.
Okay, please, Basma, can you read the question for us, please?
Yes, I have a question from Halima, and her question is to all our panelists or our presenters, Elmira, Diana, Akiram, and Anita. She says that she truly appreciates everybody taking the initiative to share their meaningful lived experiences at the midst of the biggest health crisis globally. The question is, given your dichotomous experience with both learning modalities, online and face-to-face, which mode do you prefer the most? And how do you justify your choice or preference in light of your academic attainment? Anybody can answer.
1 minute.
Thank you for the question. For me personally, I think I would prefer the hybrid mode. And I think that is what the universities are going to go for the future, because in a way, for example, in the UK, PhD doesn't, you don't need to take any mandatory courses for a PhD. However, sometimes you can attend seminars, and most of the time you work on your own and meet your supervisor. I mean, if you're doing social sciences, you meet your supervisor like once a month or on request. So I think it's quite convenient to work in an online mode when you do in terms of PhD questions. And also it's great that now you can collect your data online, which is quite convenient, especially if you are in another country. And in a way, this is now can be feasible for having more participants in a research. Well, for me, I collected my data face-to-face because that was the only way at that time. And I needed to travel and spend extra money on that. But I think at the same time, it would be great to continue having some social activities such as research seminars, invited talks or something face-to-face as well, if it's at your department. So I think for PhD students, hybrid mode is the best. Yeah, but for masters and undergrads, probably, of course, they would love to have face-to-face. I think that's what my colleagues usually say.
All right, thank you so much, Diana. We hope that we share the same idea about hybrid mode, because this is today what we have. We are doing this event hybrid. So thank you so much again to all participants for sharing the information, for inspiring us. And we have to move to the second session, and I will give the word to our presenter. Thank you.
Generous round of applause for our guests. We actually enjoyed a thought-provoking discussion, and we wish all the best for the persevering PhD students. And now, to prove that hard work usually pays off, we would like to invite Dr. Mayra Brases Pascal and Professor Hassan Taylor to present Dean's commendation.
Not yet. The second, cross-national perspectives. Okay. Sorry.
So we will have the award ceremony later. And for now, we would like to have and share an educational experience from our dear guests, Dr. Tatiana Fudu and Azhar, to present cross-national perspectives on the challenges and management of higher education in crisis times.
Morning, dear all. So we will take like a 2 minutes for preparation, I think, because we are waiting for our guest speaker from South Africa.
He's here already. He's here. He's already.
He's joined as a speaker.
Yes. Yeah, we give.
So can you check that?
You can open. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm here, Tatiana.
Okay, good. We can hear you, yeah.
Can you share your camera with us, Dr. Polo?
Yes, there you go.
You can share it.
So you will share the presentation.
He is sharing. He is sharing right now. So let's just share. Yeah, he is sharing. Mr. Polo, if you can share your presentation, please.
So, good morning, dear colleagues. Let me start this session. So it's actually dedicated to the presentation of a new book that is coming out very soon. And it's a big international project. It includes 22 countries of participants. And it's dedicated to discussion of the challenges that the higher education institutions had across the globe under COVID-19, and how actually the universities managed in this pandemic situation and the lockdowns across the globe, and what kind of problems they faced. So what kind of support from the government they received, and how actually we can read more about the different experiences in different countries about this. So today we have also Professor Fulu, who is from South Africa, and actually this is his idea. So he approached my colleague from the Boston College and Metro, and they approached me in terms of helping us the content and inviting different participants from across the globe. So these are the three editors, so who organized this audio. And we are from 3 different universities and 3 different parts of the world. We applied for the Brill series, so probably you've heard about it. So the Brill series is quite prestigious. It's a series in international higher education publications, and we managed to get approval for this book, and we processed, and within 1 year, it was actually prepared. And the book, if you can describe it shortly, so the book addresses, as I told you before already, the COVID-19 pandemic situation and how the education, higher education adjusted to it, how higher education institutions faced it, what kind of challenges in different parts of the world they face, and how it was managed. So how the universities operated as a new reality. So I will pass the floor to my colleague, Fulu. You're ready to start from here about the motivation of the book and the content, and then I will tell you a few words about the results.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. I hope the audience there can hear me clearly.
Yes.
All right. So let me give you some background about this book. Early in 2020, there was a general realization that COVID-19 was really unprecedented in terms of its effect on livelihoods, and the way it affected government operations across the world, but institutions, including higher education institutions. The pronouncement by the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, about the impact that COVID has had on over 1.6 billion students across the world, agitated us really to consider putting together a book that could chronicle lived experiences in different countries. So as Tatiana has already indicated, we thought it prudent to put together a proposal for a book, and we approached Brill for this important book. I think it makes an important contribution to higher education has coped, and how governance of higher education institutions has morphed over time, influenced by COVID-19, specifically issues that may relate to the autonomy of the university sector or the higher education sector, issues pertaining to its relationship, the relationship of higher education with governments or states, and the preparedness of higher education institutions to deal with the effects of COVID-19. So we thought upfront that all of those things would be important to document, to research, and this is where the book emanated. Tatiana, you may go to the next slide. So, what did we do? We decided out of these challenges, resulting in COVID-19 and impacting mobility across the world, we thought it is important that we find out if the challenges were the same throughout the world. So these are indeed some of the questions that we had asked upfront. How did higher education institutions managed, and did they manage at all? Some of those challenges and experiences are documented and chronicled in this book. How do financial differences between public and private institutions influence how higher education institutions coped and reacted to COVID-19? All of those things are indeed there chronicled in the book. So we went around and looked at academics who are researching in higher education management. Myself, I from Boston, as well as Tatiana, through our networks, identified scholars from 22 countries. And these are the countries that represented in this book. So the book has got 22 chapters and covers all of our continents. We made an effort to make sure that all the continents are covered, so that there are no experiences that are not documented from some of our major countries and major continents. Now, the content of the book is as such that it is split into 4 main parts. There are papers that look to the question of opportunities and challenges. There are chapters that talk about management of higher education during crisis, and whether higher education is prepared for major crises and dealing with major risks. There is part 3 that looks at governance of higher education institutions during global pandemic. And there is part 4 that looks at financial challenges during this pandemic. Now, what you will also realize when you start reading the book is that even though we have split the book into 4 parts, nevertheless, some of the experiences that you find across the various parts necessitates that the various chapters belongs in either of the parts, although there is tendency to be put much more emphasis in the parts where it is the chapters are located in the book. Tatiana, over to you again. You may talk through the findings. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will be presenting briefly the main findings, actually the important outcome messages, or take-home messages from the book related to different countries. So there are several lines, and it's not possible within this 20 minutes to cover all 22 chapters in details with all the results. So I will be just highlighting the most important parts. So first of all, almost all the universities experienced the urgent transition to the online learning, right? So as an emergency. And that stimulated many policymakers in higher education and administrators to think about how ready our higher education currently for such kind of shocks or crisis. So how we can increase the resilience of higher education institutions. So that chapter opens the book, the chapter 1 from Oman, and discusses a lot of these things. So another interesting point was mentioned from Ukraine, for example, how do we deal with the balance of power? So because the central governments were not ready to handle all the problems at the places, they distributed, allocated the power and control to the universities. And then it comes to a question how to manage all the higher education again after post-COVID time. So another story was brilliantly given from Colombia. So when we have the opposite situation, when government or any higher education institutions, authorities were very reluctant, and they don't take any leading role for coordinating these issues and challenges that the universities are having. And therefore, it was like an emergency situation, how to respond to it. And it comes to an idea that probably the countries should have some kind of strategic planning priority and emergency preparedness for such issues. In South Korea, the main problem was associated with the financial situations and private and public sectors. So public universities and private universities had different financial support, and that made a big difference how universities could react to the challenges that COVID-19 created. So interesting, and I think that is very relevant to the UAE as well. aspect or issue is related to the big proportion of international students. So all the challenges with the migration across the countries during the pandemic turned out as a big problem and challenge for the countries who rely a lot on the big proportion of international students at the university. So it's actually was followed up by cut of the costs, so they couldn't manage to bring in enough students. So the expenses went down, and there are a lot of problems with accommodation and etc. with visa. So for the international students, it was a big issue and challenge, and in such countries like Australia, Argentina, and Japan, and they reacted differently. So you know that Australia was sending out all the international students, and it was a big mass and a big international reaction to that. So they actually didn't allow the students to stay, and they say it's your problem if you cannot manage with the crisis. In UAE, for example, we have a different, absolutely different approach that government had full support for the international students, and not only international students, but for all the visa was prolonged automatically and etc. So it was a lot of different experiences. So one more point that is very important to mention is was actually given in the different countries like South Africa and Turkey, when the government has a top leading role in terms of controlling the situation, and it caused the opposite reaction. So the universities or higher education institutions cannot do anything without total control and a lot of communication back and forth, approvals and so on. And that caused a lot of delays in the regular processes, in learning processes, and operating of the institutions. So, and the last two issues that I wanted to mention that they're coming out as a book results. One is related to the quality of the education. I think that everybody in this room felt it, both students and the professors. So how can we provide high quality education online, right? So how we can control for different modes of delivery modes, and how we can control for the cheating and for honest behavior of the students, how we can make sure that the diploma that we are giving on the online education will be same equivalent as face-to-face learning. So assessment and control for the quality is another issue that was touched upon in the chapters originated from Maldives, from South Africa and Turkey as well. And the chapter from UAE that I was an author, as well as Aijan was here. So we actually conducted a study on faculty members and maybe who participated in it in 2020 as a whole. So about the faculty well-being. So this is another important issue that we need to talk about, because there are a lot of applications that dealing with mental health of the students, but nobody that much talks about mental health and faculty well-being. So we actually understood that most of the faculty didn't have any experience in teaching online. So that means this urgent or emergent transition within 3 days to online platforms to teach fully online over many semesters, like I think 3 full semesters we were teaching online, and then we came back finally to hybrid model. So of education, that caused a lot of problems. So how to learn these digital new tools, how to organize the online classrooms that would affect on the well-being of the faculty members. And if you want to read more about that, so you're most welcome to use this chapter. So I'm passing back the floor to Hulu, so for concluding remarks. And we will be happy to have like 5 minutes for the questions, 10 minutes for the questions. So
okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Tatiana. So in conclusion, and looking at some of our observations, one can say the following, that the impact or effect has been different across the nations. However, there are some generic trends that we have observed throughout the world, and a lot of those are indeed documented in the book. Some of the issues that are raised relates to the quality of learning. The quality of learning has seriously been impacted upon by COVID-19, a lot of universities indicated they had to resort to acquiring softwares, such as for proctoring purposes, because the level of cheating had gone up across the world in various universities. The next or another important observation was that the influence of the state, or the intersection between the state and higher education institutions, had been completely redefined. In some countries, the state took over completely and gave direction on how higher education institutions should operate in the areas of admitting students, in the areas of examinations. So there are all those issues that are documented there about the relationship between the state, including funding, how funding has been managed and controlled by higher education, by the state. Institutional subsidies, what we call institutional subsidies. Higher education is still a catalyst.
Okay.
Colleagues, there is somebody interfering, all right? Okay. The higher education remains a major catalyst for mobility of students, mobility of staff, and COVID-19 has seriously affected that mobility. We saw in some countries such as Argentina, but equally so in Australia, that there are universities that are responsible, whose international cohort is almost 50% and above. And because of COVID-19, those universities are on the brink of collapse, financially and otherwise. So there are all these interesting issues that emanate out of this book, and we therefore really encourage you to get a copy and get an understanding of what happened in various sectors of higher education in different countries across the world. Over to you, Tatiana.
Yeah, thank you, Fulu, for the concluding remarks. So we are open the floor. We are open for the questions. So please, if you have any questions, maybe from the chat, from the audience, if you have any questions, we are happy to answer. But very soon the book will be out, so it was already submitted to the Braille, and we will be happy to distribute it and share it. No questions?
The difficulties you face in collecting information from 22 countries. You know, they were talking about their own stories, their own experiences, but you're the co-editor of this volume. So what difficulties did you face? I think I'm audible.
You cannot be heard, Dr. Alex, in the webinar.
Now?
Yeah, in the webinar.
Better now?
Now better.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tatiana and Lulu. Sorry. Okay. I was saying that you collected the 20 a number of stories from 22 countries about the difficulties and challenges that constraints during the COVID-19. Now, my question is to you, the editors, co-editors, what difficulties did you face in collecting the information and synthesizing the information, because you have different experiences, you have different contributions. So in what way you will synthesize the information and the contributions from different countries and different countries?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's an amazing question. So Fulu, you will allow me to answer it?
Yes, please go ahead, Tatiana. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So actually, we didn't restrict the methodology for all the authors, so contributing authors to the chapters. So it was totally their responsibility how they would like to write. So what we were requesting a brief explanations of what they do in their chapters, and then we are managing there's 4 parts accordingly. So for example, some chapters, they use qualitative data and they were mainly focusing on the management. So the interviews was the higher education leaders. And some chapters, they use big surveys to understand the students' mobility, for example, and so on issues. So, however, it was quite easy to manage the collection of these 22 chapters. And unfortunately, we faced a little bit of delay because some of the courses got COVID themselves, and we have to wait a little bit longer for delivery of the chapters, but we managed to, Fulo did a great job. So for reminding and trying to collect and keep in pace all these 22 chapters there, it's a little bit of a headache. So it's a big project. Thank you.
If I may add, Tatiana,
Yes.
just to say that the methodologies utilized are indeed varying. There are a few that have got some empirical work conducted, and you will see the questions around the health and the behavior of staff members, how COVID affected them mentally and otherwise. There are chapters that rely heavily on policy analysis, because governments had to change policies, institutions themselves had to change policies overnight. There are chapters that are largely based on observations of what has been happening over time and the changes that individual institutions have been experiencing. But the focus is by and large at country level rather than at individual institutions. So that is the main focus, because we wanted to understand how higher education systems across the globe coped rather than individual institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think that organizers want us to finish, right? Or to finish the round of questions. So probably Fulo can answer in the chat all the questions that are online. So we can take it there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention. Say special thanks for the organizers. You are doing an amazing job, and I really like this event from the College of Education. That is really, really appreciate the opportunity for talking here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tatiana. We would like to give our certificates to Dr. Tatiana as our speaker, and Louis, Dr. Fulo will be here too, so we could give him certificate and our appreciation. All right, thank you.
Dr. Tatiana.
Yes, here's a little bit.
Asia?
Yeah, I'm doing an announcement. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, yes.
It's a great process.
Thank you again, Dr. Tatiana and Dr. Fulo, for this eye-opening global presentation. And now finally, let's have our award ceremony with Dr. Maria Gracias Pascal and Professor Hassan Lira to present Dean's recommendation for research awarding ceremony.
All right. Okay, so let's
celebrating the success of our PhD student, and at this time of the year, always we think about what will happen and what would happen in the future. To see our students writing, publishing, and engaging in writing, that's a very, very enlightening. So I will congratulate our students first for their efforts. I'm going to call them here all together so to give them their certificate. Being a PhD student and being a publisher or writer, that's to me, it is a significant achievement. And I still remember the first time when I published my first articles, and I won't tell you what's it was. I felt really, really a feeling of achievement, and start looking into another idea to publish another paper very quickly. So I think publishing as a student will give you the opportunity to explore new ideas and become more motivated, particularly when you are doing your research for the PhD. At the moment, we are looking into another model for PhD work or PhD research. There are so many opportunities for students to engage in different models. At the moment, at the college, we are discussing a model we call it transcript dissertation. What is it? The student will select their own projects, but they publish papers related to that project away from the traditional model, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and so on. So you will have a problem. You have an introduction and a conclusion. In between, you will be engaged in publishing. And I think this is a very good idea to make people start publishing earlier in their career. When they get in their PhD, they're already established. But our students are really good at the moment because they have already published 1 and 2, even though with the difficulty in this time circumstances, collecting data is a problem, meeting other participants is a problem. But having all these problems, we are very proud of the application. I don't have the number, but I think it is significantly increasing by year. So thank you very much for our students. And I also thank supervisors and the dean and the assistant dean here also. They need to be applauded for their work and for their research because they are helping students to get into the business of research and writing. Thank you. Dr. Myra, the Assistant Dean for Research and Graduate Studies, she was looking after all these activities here and also the publication. The student publication are being rewarded either by more facilitation of help in other work or maybe conference attending or analyzing their data and things like that. So back to you, Dr. Myra.
Okay, so may I know if the award recipients, some of the award recipients are here right now? Are you with us today? Award recipients? Okay, so there are a few of you who are here. Can you please occupy the front seat so it will be easier to award to give you your awards? Okay, all right. So we will begin first with Mana Madawi. I think she's joining us virtually. So Mana, can you just give us a round of applause, please? Expo students' performance indicators in distance learning and chemistry during the COVID-19 pandemic published in Education Sciences. So thank you. Next. Okay, so second award recipient is, I think the clicker is not with me anymore. So okay, so Safa Ahmed Al-Fali, and he is published in the International Journal of Instruction. All right. So is her supervisor here? No. All right. Too bad. Okay. Abir is here. Abir, Arafa, Abdulaziz, Abir. The book chapter, an etiquette book chapter, assistive technology for children with ADHD, between reality and the desires. So please, let's give her a round of applause. I'm also the host, and I'm also learning. Yes. Oh, okay. So apparently, Safa supervisor is here. So, Dr. Ali, would you like to receive it? Yeah. Yes, please. there you go. Okay.
Let's give it away.
Awesome. All right. Okay.
She's about to graduate in week from now. She's submitting her father's petition to me, and so expect her viva within a month from now. I hope you attend. She's a great.
Awesome. Okay, so Aishan Shamatova, who is very, very busy today. She has 2 publications. One is Digitization, Social Capital, and Subjective Well-Being Across the Globe, published in First Monday. Okay, so congratulations, Aisha. And productivity of higher education institutions in Arab Gulf countries, the case of the UAE, published in Higher Education Quarterly. Awesome. And collaborated with Dr. Takiana. Awesome. Okay, so Halima is not able to join us. Is Halima's supervisor here, but I think she co-published with Dr. Shashi. So maybe you could just use some time to us. I know. So faculty and graduate students. So Halima Ahmed Omar, graduate students' experience and academic achievements with online learning during COVID-19 pandemic sustainability journal. Congratulations. Okay. Horia Amrin, are you with us? Horia?
I'm not her advisor, but again, co-published.
Would you like to share the experience, Dr. Shashi? I think this is for a class, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, the students who got these awards today, these are publications from their actual, class project. So they were very nice, and there are many coming, but they were like ahead of in the process in the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shashi, Education Sciences. Also the same? Okay. So Maha has been very, very productive last year. Is Maha with us? Maha Al-Habash? No. Yes. Yeah. So is her supervisor with us? Or anyone who can accept this in her behalf? Dr. Ali, Professor Ali, yes. So we are very published 1 journal article last year, but 3. Yes, 3 publications. A UAE standardized test in IELTS specific international English standards published in the International Journal of Instruction. That's 1. The second, the affordance of culturally based texts in EFL, Arab college students gain in communication skill, a mixed method study published in the Journal of Language and Linguistic Studies. And we are particularly proud of this 3rd one because this is in the top 5% in Scopus Journal, Teaching and Teacher Education, actually co-published with Professor Ali Ibrahim, who unfortunately cannot join us today. A phenomenological study of the triggers, development stages, and reactions. So congratulations, Maha. We are very, very, very proud of you. Okay. And this is also for English. This is Nadja. Professor Ali is coming home with many awards.
I'm proud of that. They are our students. They are wonderful.
Nadja is here. So Nadja Obaid Al-Muhammadi, UAE standardized test in IELTS specific international English standards published in the International Journal of Instruction. Congratulations. So happy to be here. Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Okay. So Saeed Salim Al-Riyadi. There you go. Go ahead. So let's do the five. Let me just read it.
He's a doctor now. He's already graduated.
There you go. Yes. High school science teachers professional development experiences in the United Arab Emirates, published in the Journal of Science Teacher Education. Anybody Congratulations. Congratulations. Next. Yes. Fajr is not able to join us today, but I think Fajr is with you. Please accept on her behalf, Professor Ali. So Fajr bin Rashid Al-Bus, she's traveling right now here to the UAE from Qatar, from Kuwait. So escaping the confines of essential medicine, conceptualizing new spaces of identification among native and non-native ESL teachers. This is an edited book chapter. Congratulations, Fajr. She is the supervisee of Dean Najwa. Yes. Yeah, Fajr. So congratulations to Dean Najwa as well. Okay, so Anya, are you here with us today? Anya is not at the entrance. Okay, she is at the entrance, but her supervisor is here to accept. This is the technology in teaching children with ASD in the UAE, also an international book chapter co-author with her supervisor. Congratulations, Dr. Maria. Okay, Sanya. Singhor. Okay, wonderful. Congratulations. COVID-19 pandemic, published in the Education Sciences. There you go.
I would ask him that because we never see him online.
Oh, there you go. This is awesome, Sally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Akima. Thank you, Akima. Okay.
The supervisor said,
You said Florida, are you here with us?
No, his supervisor said.
But the supervisor is here. Okay, understanding the meaning of the equal sign, a case study of middle school students in the United Arab Emirates, European Journal of Educational Research. Congratulations, Yusuf. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, can you?
Okay, yes, by the way, so. Okay, sure. Okay, so a lot of requests here, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go to that, Abir would like to acknowledge her supervisor because she has also co-authored. Yeah, with Abir, so there you go. So where can we invite all award recipients to please join us here on the stage for a family photo? Yes. Please join us. And please bring your awards as well. Professor Ali, you have to and bring all of your awards, Professor Ali. Yes.
Again, the supervisor.
How many?
Oh my God, I take mine. Sorry.
Wait.
Your face out there. No, inside outside.
I think that's what's great.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, everyone. Just a few more words before we go on a break, because we will need to vacate the premises as well for Chancellor's event. But before we all go for our lunch, let me just say a few words about the Dean's Commendation for Research, because I feel that it's important for all of you to understand how we came about developing or coming up with the idea. So I don't think I can stand behind the podium. Like I said yesterday, you were able to see me. So there you go. Okay, so we only launched the Dean's Foundation for Research, I think, just a year ago. And last year, we awarded 7 recipients. And this year, we have, I think, mashallah, 14, with some students receiving like multiple commendations for research. And I would really like to thank our dean, our beloved dean, Dr. Najwa Mohammed Al-Hassani. She has been incredibly supportive. She has inspired faculty and graduate students alike. And I think it has made us even more committed to publishing quality research as we celebrate quality education in the university of the future. I would also like to acknowledge our faculty members who have been such strong support and who have guided our students throughout their publication journey. And I have them listed here just so that I won't forget. I would like to mention specifically faculty members from the College of Education who are co-authors of our graduate students, namely Dr. Nejmuddin Al-Sheikh, who is not here with us today, unfortunately, Dr. Maria Efstrotopoulos, so maybe you can stand up so people can also applaud you. Dr. Yes, please. Yeah. Dr. Hala El Mawaris, who is not with us today. Dr. Shashidar Al-Basit, thank you. Dr. Isn't able to join us today, but I'm sure he's with us in spirit. Dr. Adi Jara, whom we miss very terribly, and Professor Ali Shahade. As well, also, our PhD coordinator and our Master's of Education coordinator. I am so blessed. I have such a wonderful team in my office. Thank you so much. So our graduate students' peer-reviewed publications have actually tapped into our theme for today, which has to do with COVID-19 and its impact in the educational learning experiences of students around the globe, which I think is really very relevant given what we are experiencing at the moment. I have every confidence that we will have even more publications in the near future, mashallah. Well done, everyone. Thank you so much. And we can now have our break. I believe that we have tea over there. Please be back here by 1:35 p.m. So we will resume at 1:35. Okay? Yes. That's what I understand. Yep.
and gentlemen, welcome to our session. Now we're going to continue with our second part. And let me welcome our Dr. Ahmed Al-Rabi. He will introduce the speakers, our awesome speakers of the next panel. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speakers for today's event, School Leadership Practices during and post COVID-19 in the UAE. Inshallah, we will start with Mr. Chris North for the first segment. Mr. Chris has 30 years experience in education. He started his career as a primary school teacher and worked on several London boroughs before being appointed as deputy head and then head teacher of a junior school in Southampton. He went on to become a trained CEDU inspector, joined Al-Dar Academy in the UAE in 2009, and founded the primary school Al-Muna in Abu Dhabi, which became the first outstanding school in the Emirates. Mr. Chris is currently principal of Al-Ain Academy, which is also rated very good and outstanding in some areas, and has excellent GCSE and A-level results. During his time as Al-Dar Academy, Mr. Chris led school reviews across the group. He served as well as a school improvement partner and received qualification to teach the NPQSL and NPQH leadership programs. Most recently, in order to support teachers' well-being during the pandemic, Mr. Chris earned a diploma in clinical and pastoral counseling and is pursuing a master's degree in psychology. Finally, Mr. Chris has served in the governing bodies of 6 schools, 4 in the UK and 2 in the United Arab Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Chris North.
Very much for that wonderful warm welcome, and I'm very honoured to be asked to be here today. Thank you to the UAEU Education Faculty. It's nice to meet you today, and being from LA, I hope that we can forge some partnerships around teacher training, maybe special educational needs, and not to be strangers. So welcome to this talk on leadership during the pandemic time. Oops. Let's go back one. So, school leadership practices, and what I did was to pick out 10 key activities that school principals do. Can anyone name the school principal on the right of the slide? There is a house point available. Breakfast with the principal. The gold star. Yes, his name is Principal. No Simpsons fans, just me then, Principal Skinner. Okay. So I'm going to run through 10 areas of leadership practices and how the pandemic affected them. So before the pandemic, school culture was a bit like that. It's about relationships, connecting with younger children, older children, how they get on with each other, how they get on with the teachers, and how we as a learning community get along with each other. We try and aim for the children to be achieving together and working on areas like excellence and curiosity and challenge in all they do. But it's difficult to do that if you don't have connection. And that was the thing that was taken away during the lockdowns. So what did we do about it? How did we try and keep school culture going during distance learning? Well, we had to use technology very quickly. We were told distance learning starts tomorrow, send us your plans tonight, get on with it. And I said to the staff, I have the answer, it's easy. It's called OneDrive. What we'll do is we'll email all the students the work, they can photograph the work they've done and send you the photographs. Well, you can imagine, with each teacher getting 300 emails a day, how popular that was. And we also sent some surveys to parents and say, is this working, parents? No, Mr. Norse, it's not working, was the answer, loud and clear. So we then shifted to other platforms like Seesaw and Microsoft Teams that were much more effective. So that feedback was useful, but also keeping in touch, keeping connected, because what we found was, and not only children, some of the teachers felt isolated, dislocated, lonely, anxious, hopeless. So especially if you're a 5-year-old, you looking at the laptop all day is a bit of a challenge, isn't it? So how do you connect with youngsters? Well, ideas like this one. Some of you might remember Jack and All. So teachers had to become TV presenters and make their own TV studios at home. This is a KG1 teacher. Reading stories for her class. And we had a new YouTube channel where we posted many activities like this for youngsters to feel still connected to their teacher, still connected to their friends. Because if you don't feel you belong, I can tell you, you're not going to do much learning. Anyway, you get the idea. But what about teaching during distance learning? Face-to-face, we know about. Online learning was new. And so what we did was to teach children how to do it. Be very explicit. What do you need to do for online learning? And it's not just following your teacher on Twitter. There is more to it.
All right. So good morning, everyone. My name is Mrs. Sultani, and I'm an English teacher at Allen Academy. And I thought I would put out my first video as a distance learning guide. We're all in uncertain times here, we're all in it together. And I have some handy tips for creating a study schedule to help you out during this time to really maximize your productivity in your studying. So I'm going to run through a few tips. I'm going to show you a calendar blocking technique that I use to organize my study.
So a lot of the staff style or mode of
tips for home study
changed to more of a lecturing style,
and I'm going to show you exactly
that works for older children very well.
Reduce distractions during.
You get the idea, we'll move on. Post-pandemic, okay, so we're back together with masks on, but we have kept the best of the technology. We've kept the teams, we've kept the seesaw for things like setting assignments, homeworks, but also links with other schools. If Albertine School in Abu Dhabi are doing the Model United Nations, well, we'll use Teams to be part of that and join in the debates. So the pandemic has been an opportunity to upskill us all really in technology and make us more proficient and in some ways build network learning communities. So for example, I only had one student who wanted to do A-level psychology, but through Teams, she's been able to join Al Yasmina's A-level group and is doing really, really well. It wouldn't suit all learners, but it does suit her. Okay, now if there's one person you don't want to ask you about how good you are at distance learning, it will be the Crown Prince, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, in good order.
How are the children able to study from home? Is that manageable from you as a small family? You are managing it?
Yes, it is possible, but we need a good partnership with the schools and the teachers. We are asking the parents also to create the conditions for learning at home so there is a good routine and to try and make the learning fun and enjoyable, because the children, like the ones sitting with you, they learn best when they are having fun and they are enjoying themselves. But it has to be a partnership between the school and the parents.
Can you tell us more about how you advise us as a parents or parents who's watching us? How can they do better?
Yes, I think that there needs to be a balance for children between the screen time and other activities. My children say what they miss most about school is their friends and their social time. So I would encourage children to meet each other virtually, have virtual playtimes, stay in touch, but also for parents to look at other activities. For example, my children like cooking, and they have been talking to my mother in London and getting all her old recipes. And in fact, they are now more in touch with her than before this situation. So be creative and find your children's passions. What are they interested in? It might be after our friend Mr. Al-Mansouri went into space, they might be interested in the space program. They might be interested in science and technology. They might be interested in artificial intelligence. But whatever it is, encourage your children to follow their interests and their passions. One of my children, he finds learning difficult. And in the cooler weather, my wife takes him to your Falcon Centre. And he is learning to fly the Gira Falcon with the wonderful Mr. Butti and Miss Nicola. And the confidence this gives him is wonderful. And he brings this confidence home in his heart, and he uses it for the other challenges in his life. So let's help all our children find their passions, and I believe they will all fly.
God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Please give my best regards to the family. We're very lucky to have you.
Shukran. Thank you, Your Highness. What a nice man. What a nice man he is. Shukran. What an honour to be asked. Okay, onwards then with curriculum and assessment. So engagement with younger children was very difficult. I was speaking to someone earlier on who told me about a 5-year-old, first day of distance learning, they closed the laptop and said, no, I'm not doing it. I want to go to school, I want to see my teacher. Right? So how do you get youngsters to work from home, especially if they don't have the materials? Think about PE. We want their well-being, we want them moving, we want them active. How do we manage that? Well, here again is a little quick video about how we keep the learning fun and motivated. So there you go, here's a PE teacher, and I said to him, right, with whatever you've got in the house and whatever children are going to have in the house, what activities can you come up with? So this is basketball with socks and the laundry basket. And you make a little game, and off they go. And then if you're lucky, we'll have his son show us what it looks like for children. There he is. Go on, you can do it. Get it in the basket. Oh, that's a press up. Have enough. Oh, that's 2. There you go. All right. Okay. You've done well there. So one comment I would make is online assessment was really hard. And I'm sure I heard earlier on people from universities saying proctoring online exams is really hard. You're watching the eyes, aren't you? The eyes are moving around the room. Who's behind the screen giving the answers? It's really, really tough. It's really tough. All right, let's move on. So when the pandemic started to come to an end, there was a piece of research that came out from the UK by Barry Carpenter, who's a professor of mental health, and he came up with this notion he called the recovery curriculum. And there were some key drivers or levers in that, and those are there, those 5. The first one was about relationships and about how children's friendships and their link with school would have been dislocated. So we needed to give time for that. We needed to understand that the learning had happened within the community and would have changed slightly, and we needed to kind of refocus learning skills and do that with the children. So where it says transparent curriculum, you sit with the children and say, okay, where do you think the gaps are? Should we co-construct your learning with you? You know you best. What do you need to learn? Metacognition is around learning to learn again. And the last one is about giving children the space to talk about the pandemic and the anxiety, because there would be a whole range of experiences. Some people lost family members. There was death. There was some very ill people. There was people in our lane working in the hospitals all the time. You will know some of them. Every day going into intensive care wards, and they couldn't see their children. So the upshot of that was trauma. And A very great doctor called Gabor Mate will tell you that the antidote to trauma is grief. And for children coming back to school, we needed to allow them to, if you like, grieve what they'd lost. My sons didn't go to school for a year. So they'd lost that, and they felt, that was unfair. And they were frustrated about that. So we needed to allow them to go through some of those processes. One of the things we did on relationships, where this is from Barry Carpenter's work, it says, reach out to greet them. Use relationships we build to cushion the discomfort of returning to school. So this was one kind of visual way that we did that. Now, this idea I saw on LinkedIn, this was a school in Hong Kong, who very simply just welcomed all the kids back, and that's what we did. We just wanted to recognize that they'd been away for a year, and we missed them, and we cared about them. Okay. I'll zip through these because I've talked about the other levers from that recovery curriculum. But one thing that stood out for me was emotional well-being, mental health of everyone, actually. Parents, teachers, and students. Everyone has been affected. We don't have enough school counsellors or therapists in the world, and we need more. How did behaviour change? Well, one key one I would highlight on this list is number one, know and understand your pupils and their influences. And if your kids are online all the time, you might not know all of the influences of your child on Snapchat, on Instagram. Some of them aren't good. So keeping safe online and keeping behaviour online strong was a challenge for all of us. But I think in partnership with parents, most schools did a good job there. And setting the conditions for good behaviour. And again, it's all about relationships. Do you care about me? Do I belong here? What's my identity? What's in it for me? Mindfulness is a word we hear an awful lot of. And there's a definition. State of awareness and practice. It involves attending to the present moment and cultivating an attitude of curiosity, openness, and acceptance. Things like circle time, listening to music, talking about your feelings. Being aware of why you're angry if you're a year 7 boy who's lost a football game. And here are the payoffs. The payoffs for mindfulness are academic, around mental and behavioural health and social behaviour. I tried to remind my staff that we are creating the memories of childhood here. And despite the challenges of these 2 years, there can be silver linings, there can be talent shows, there can be online assemblies, and we needed to keep things moving forward. I'm slightly rushed for time because I talked too much, I apologise. Students of determination needed a lot of work online, lots of breakout rooms, one-to-ones, and to adapt the curriculum to focus on the core subjects, but also without losing the fun. If it's all maths and English, it's not much fun, is it? Especially if you find that really hard. What did we do in terms of organisation? Well, we put some money and people into technology. Okay, if everything's dependent on technology, we needed tech coaches, we needed more front-end devices, we need to lend quite a lot of equipment to parents. If you've got 5 kids at home, all who need to be online at the same moment, not everyone's got 5 laptops, five iPads, so we needed to have enough equipment. And I'm a bit of a dinosaur, so things like Twitter are quite new to me. But there is a huge community of educators on Twitter who are happy to share information and training. School development, all I'd say very briefly there is about partnership with parents. Okay, I'm lucky to have one of my school governors here today. And with that feedback, you only grow. And my advice to school leaders is don't get defensive about feedback. It will help you get better. Oh. Okay, well, I'll skip that one because we're running out of time. We talked a little bit about governance, and online we've been able to do that, hold our meetings, show how good we are, where the gaps are and what we're doing about it. And I just want to finish because I've got a lovely little slide. I'm going to skip out the OECD stuff. Let's skip that. Very briefly on leadership. I was lucky to meet this man a few years ago in Aldar HQ. He's the first man in history to walk to both poles. Why is the question? Because it's there, I guess. 13 of the most important tips for being a great leader are listed. Have a quick look. What would you say is the most important one for you? I'll give you 10 seconds. 9, 8, 6. Learn from your mistakes. Thank you. Any others? 5. Keep developing yourself.
1.
Have a strong vision. Encourage others to grow. Do you know what? You're all right. I know you're asking my one. My one would be empathy and understanding the others, even those ones that are shouting at you. They're shouting at you because they're frightened about something. So listen. As my mum would say, you've got 2 ears and 1 mouth. And to round up, it's not about what we become, it's about who we become and what we can contribute to this country as leaders and others. And I'll finish on hope. And this is a year 4 child of mine called Reed, and she's in the spacesuit. Alhamdulillah.
We are all children of the universe. We explore because we can, because we care, because we wonder about our past and worry about our future. We are human because we are exploring. It is a question of humanity. Who am I? Where am I going?
وأول مشروع من خلال استراتيجية هاي بناء مدينة المريخ المدنية. وهاي المدينة تركيزها نحن اليوم كدولة كيف نقدر نوظف التقنيات من ناحية الطاقة، من ناحية المياه، من ناحية الغذاء للوصول إلى كوكب المريخ والعيش على كوكب المريخ فترة طويلة. في المستقبل عيالي وعيالهم هم الجيل اللي بيبني هذه المدينة وبيتميزون أكثر منا في مواكبة التكنولوجيا. أتمنى لهم قيم راسخة مثل القيم وأحلام مشرقة مثل الأحلام.
كلمة كبرنا كلمة تعلمنا. أنا أول شيء حبيت بعدين تعلمت. أنا الحين أكبر واكتشفت إن في عوالم ما كانت معي.
Thanks for listening. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker now is Mr. Jonathan MacArthur. Mr. Jonathan MacArthur is a recipient of the National Professional Qualification for Head Teachers Award, which he received in 2004, and is currently the Junior School Headmaster at Brighton College, where he has been headmaster since 2016, and he was also an intern headmaster at the same school. His experience includes nearly a decade as a professional partner for National College for School Leadership, where he coached and mentored head teachers, a senior leader in 3 different schools over 18 years, and headmaster during which his school received 4 outstanding inspections
the most recent of which were in 2016 and 2018. Mr. Jonathan has extensive experience in leadership roles and has been a leader in some capacity in every position he has had since 1993. So let's all give Mr. Jonathan MacArthur a warm welcome.
Thank you, Sam. You could use this or yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me here today, and thank you for being here and listening. There will be a little bit of audience participation. Is that okay? Great. And online too. Sure. Brilliant. So thank you, Mr. Dawson. The presentations, and we hadn't actually rehearsed these together, but there's so much commonality between the two of them because we have been right through the same things with pupils, with staff, etc. And what Mr. Law said I thought was absolutely superb and on the money. The culture of kindness, it is all about the relationships between yourselves and your pupils and your community. And if you're serving that well, then you can make very, very tough times like this. You know, you make the best of them, but also, as Mr. North also said, you learn from them and you take the best parts of them and keep them. So we're going to explore throughout the sort of leadership and the pandemic theme, the priorities, the maintenance of your core purpose. Funnily enough, the thing that's come to the fore with Brighton College, and I'm sure with all other schools, is that where you have strong values, vision, core purpose, who your children obviously, then you stick with those. You stick with your key elements about the Brighton way, which I'll come to, and you maintain your values, which is the audience participation, which I will also come to soon. The last point there, what I've learned, I mean, as a child and possibly as a teacher at times, I hope the school might be closed. Snow days in the UK, you know, they're fun for a day, and then actually that's enough. But what we've learned is that with the enforced closure of classes or of school, how very important it is. And Mr. North spoke there a lot about mental health and well-being, it's about academic attainment, it's about social, it's everything. And being back at school is the best thing ever. On Monday of this week, it was the first time we've all been back in school together as a college from 3 years old to 18 years old, and all of our staff for a very long time. And it really was something to celebrate. So getting into a little bit more detail for our priorities, we mentioned about the safety and well-being. There's nothing more important than the safety and well-being of your community. And without that safety and well-being, obviously the children won't be learning, and the conditions just have to be right. So again, as Mr. North mentioned there, keeping your offer broad and comprehensive. It's when the school does suddenly close and you are suddenly said, right, you're online, you've got to shut. It's a big moment. And it's a moment not to panic, but to think, okay, the communication between yourselves and your community then becomes absolutely paramount. It's got to be clear, it's got to be concise, and it's got to be easy. Otherwise, people won't engage. If they're not engaging, they're not learning. We'll go on to the elements of the Brighton way then. So our vision at Brighton College is broadly to be one of the leading 3 to 18 British schools in the Gulf. Now, when we try and communicate that to the children, because the vision, the values, and the core purpose for the children are very, very important. When we say that to the children, they just say, children, what is our vision? They say, to be the best school in the world. Great. So we took that as well. Fine. We'll go with that, because to them, that's what it means. Fantastic. But it is all about knowing the individual pupils. Okay. Nice paragraph here. It's all about making sure that children grow into effective adults. From 3 years old. We have a saying that we aim to create butterflies rather than merely better caterpillars. So give them the whole package, all of the skills, knowledge to make sure that they become effective adults, just as you have. Richard Cairns, the headmaster of Brighton College UK, this is a talk he gave, like broke down. I just thought it was brilliant. Each child is valued for his or her own sake. Anything that they do and achieve, no matter how small, is cherished. And throughout the pandemic, that is just brilliant, and it has to continue. And moving on. So our motto, lovely without masks, isn't it? But that picture of children without masks, I'm just having a right old laugh. It's wonderful. But being the best you, again, we challenge the children in or out of pandemic times to be the first class versions of themselves rather than copying someone else. You know, this danger of copying things, images, behaviours from online, particularly over the pandemic period. It has been a danger. But it's again focusing in on the children to make sure that they are developing themselves to be the best them. And this motto is very, very important to us. So our values, which is about how you are the best you, and again, I'm so pleased with this in the last couple of years that the children own these aren't something on the wall, they're not something, they are actually on the wall around Brighton College, but they don't stay there. These aren't any use at all unless they are lived. So we have the values of, I'll try and do this with the microphone, honesty, this is your bit, honesty, thumbs up, honesty, that's what you do. Respect is like a door opening, someone, respect. And by the way, because I love that, and you've got huge respect all around the central, that's brilliant, perfect. Creativity. That's beauty. It's not arduous, is it? Creativity, and that can be creative. It can be, you know, you could be conducting an orchestra, you could be painting, you could be writing, whatever. Compassion. Now again, the compassion here, it's the heart sign. I can't really do it with all this stuff in my hands. That's well done. You get a photo of that one. That's brilliant. Compassion. And again, it's about how you make other people feel and knowing the impact that that has. Huge. And leadership. Yeah, leadership. Without knocking the person out next to you, leadership. Very important. The Brighton College LA were built on the land of Shake Safe, and we have 35 members of the royal family as pupils. So in terms of the values for us, you know, these children are born to be leaders. The rest of the children are also, you know, learning a great deal about leadership. And when they become prefects, or when they become the heads of house or whatever, they know that role modeling is very, very important. So just to go into a little bit of detail with regard to the, this slide just shows we've got our motto in the centre of our crest, be the best you, surrounded by, now these are our code of conduct. So again, these come off the wall, and children, this help the children behave, they're polite, they're kind, they try their best, they look after the college. These all were mega important when they were learning from home, when they were online. Just as important as whether they were at school or not. Look after your college just simply became look after your home and please make your bed. You know, just help out at home because it's hard for everybody, parents and carers as well. And that's surrounded by our values and examples of how those values might look. That's a good one. So, our recovery, rebuilding, restoration program, when we came back from the first lockdown, we thought, okay, recovery. So we recovered firstly by making sure, and again, something Snorr spoke about a lot, the engagement between the pupils and the community. Without engagement, if the children are going to shut down their laptop and not bother, or not be focused, or not be excited about what's happening with their teaching and learning, then of course there's no learning going on anywhere. The hybrid learning, now we were very lucky here, I felt, because the day that we were told that we had to shut down the next day, well, in the junior school, we already had Class Dojo, which is free, and the children and the parents obviously were using that to communicate with the school a great deal anyway. We had Seesaw, which is a paid platform, but we were using that in the upper prep. and in the senior school Google Classroom. And those three main learning platforms have continued throughout and still continue to. Some children are still distance learning, they continue to use those. The broad and balanced offer, again, as Nos was talking about, it's not just about the English and maths. People may not like those subjects particularly. It is the sport, it is the creative arts. You have to find creative ways of engaging the children, even from a distance, right across the curriculum. Keep that love of learning burning brightly. Very, very important. With our children who are distance learning, sometimes, unfortunately, even now, we've got obviously children who are away, parents also who are suffering from COVID. If they're poorly, then we have what's called a summer learning site, which is a set of resources where they can dip into as and when they feel well enough to do so, but to keep in touch with that learner. Okay. Sorry. I'd like to go back to the rebuilding. There we go. It's quite sensitive, isn't it?
Cheers. Be careful.
So assessing the impact, the rebuilding started with the assessment of where we got to. Some children, absolutely, fine, carried on as ever. A lot of children struggle with this. A lot of parents and carers struggle with this. So start of that. What's the impact socially and emotionally? The strategic planning again. So we had a look at our curriculum and we revised it to make sure that the very best bits of it, with the children coming back into the school, were there. We organised springboard classes that, if people were very much affected by the pandemic, when they came back into school, they had a fourth form entry junior school. We had classes of, if people had missed a lot of learning, then it was an opportunity for us to put our resources, in terms of human resources, into the right places to help those pupils recover. And finally, restoration. So, again, Ms. Lawson spoke about this, but the in-school safety, the organisation of bubbles, all sorts of bubbles, micro bubbles, macro bubbles, even taking the children from the car. So the cars now draw up to school in the morning, the children get out, we give them some spelling journey, they go to school, we say good morning, etc. Lovely exchange. And at the end of the day, bless my staff, we take out all of the children to their cars once they've arrived. So because parents under adult rules are not allowed on site at all. So different things have had to fall. Even our break times, same with each school, our break times, the children have to have play time in their bubble. So they have an area of playground or the trim trail or the climbing frame, and that rotates around during the week. You have to keep them safe, it has to be fogged afterwards. And again, the physical and social development, so we've managed to reintroduce our CCAs and our ECAs, our extracurricular activities. And when we did that last term, 400 children immediately were on there. Great, we've got swimming again, we can do this, we can go back into it. Getting back to normal, which is brilliant. So really, just in summary, as the first slide, and you can see Monty over there, he's not actually a butterfly, he's dressed as one. It is about making butterflies rather than merely better caterpillars, and that doesn't matter whether you're in a pandemic or not. You keep curiosity, confidence, and kindness, the best elements of all of your practice, and you won't go far wrong. It hasn't been an easy journey, and I hope that we're getting back on track now, but I feel that we've learned, Mr. Snell said, we've learned a great deal through this, and I think we'll be stronger for that. Thank you very much indeed for listening. Is that yours? Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you so much again to our awesome speakers for sharing their experience during and post-pandemic on school leadership practices. It was very inspiring, yeah, and engaging. Absolutely, the best. Thank you so much. Yeah, now very short moment when we would like not just to express our gratitude in words, but with a gift and certificate from the UAE University College of Education.
Wow.
We express our gratitude and appreciation. Just give me a second, I will take it.
A nice one from my mum.
Yes, yes. Thank you. And one more.
Absolutely.
One more. One more.
One more
Yeah,
gift.
yeah. Finish there.
Goodness me. Whoa. Got to get this back to the car.
Very nice.
Have it curated. Look at that. Shukran. Cheese. Fromage. Nice cheap.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Now, second, I give to Mr. Jonathan.
Thank you. So,
And
thank
one
you very
more.
much.
One more.
I get one too. What else is a surprise?
Okay. Look at us. Cheese. Thank you. Beautiful.
Oh, Dr. Ahmed told Dr. Ahmed.
Hey, thank you.
So now we're giving the floor to the next session.
Thank you so much for the engaging presentation. Next one, we would like to have Dr. Georgie, Dr. Mark, Dr. Thomas to present disruptive educational space, how sustainable or equitable learning landscapes.
Okay, let's take a hand.
What's George?
Yeah, they can come on the camera, but they need to move a little because their slides will not to the side. Dr. George. Here. Yes, there. Yes, yes. It's fine.
I think I understand now like this. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aida Shihadi. I am Professor of Applied Linguistics and Sciences in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, College of Education. And it is my pleasure to present to you today three distinguished speakers who will be talking about opportunities post-pandemic. Now, I wanted to say something here. All right, pandemics are no good, and we shouldn't praise them. But I think we need to be grateful to the COVID-19 because I read a lot and heard a lot about success stories. Today, I saw a lot of success stories. people like you and me and other presenters, we have changed the pandemic from frustration and from failure to hope and to success and to opportunity. And you can see the word they mentioned: compassion, curiosity, kindness. Although we are far away from each other, if you like, physically, now we are closer emotionally. We are closer mentally. We are closer to each other as a human beings. And that is because of the pandemic. So we need to be grateful to it. Although it's not good, but from this perspective, we need to be grateful to it. All right? All right. So I would like to, first of all, to invite the first speaker. Like Dr. Myra was saying that today, now, we will add one more stone, if you like, in building our lives and our successes after the pandemic. And we will be talking about toward sustainable, that's a great nowadays, more sustainable, more equitable landscapes post-pandemic. Educators from 3 parts in the world. We have one educator from our university, Dr. George, and one educator who comes from Singapore and is joining us nowadays in our college, and another educator educationally coming from let me just check that. I need to get it right, from Poland. Sorry. So they will share with us their perspective on how to go beyond pandemic and how to change the pandemic issues to more opportunities and more success. Now, our first speaker is Dr. George Nesson, is on my right-hand side. Dr. George is our associate professor of exercise psychology and physiology and the chair of physical education, and he's the chair of the physical education at the UAE University. And Dr. George is a standard university top 2% of the scientists cited in 2020. All right. So, Dr. George, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the nice introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is very much appreciated. So, in the next few minutes, I'm going to explore this topic. Hopefully, yeah. All right. And as you are all aware, this pandemic has affected all of us. And I'm sure you know about the data and the literature about the effect of the pandemic in our life. It has brought a lot of stress to all of us. I'm bringing into your attention research with regards to teachers, because this is the topic of today's presentation. And as you can see in this systematic review, we do have strong evidence that the pandemic has affected the teachers as well. It has, of course, affected the students and the parents. And I believe this is one of the biggest challenges, engagement is the challenge, and the biggest challenge is how to maintain a high level of engagement for the learners while avoiding the burnout effect of the teachers and the learners. So the burnout effect is a serious problem, I believe. I hope you have not faced this, but this is a serious problem. And this burnout effect could be due to various reasons. One reason is the heavy workload. Another reason is that we have been requested to transfer our work from face-to-face delivering material to online delivering material, and the students and the teachers might have had a different level of competency with regards to technology. This is adding extra stress above the stress and the anxiety that the pandemic is bringing anywhere. So this is on the top, and this makes a very unfortunate, very unpleasant situation for the people. So coping with the stress and the burnout are associated with telecommunication is a big challenge in the COVID area and has affected, I believe, the learners and the teachers as well. I come also from the discipline of physical education. I represent the Department of Physical Education of the UA University, so allow me to speak a little bit about our domain as well. And this is a nice infographic that is presenting the advices on how to cope with the stress created with the new technologies. And I'm sure you are familiar with all these measures that you could take. Let me highlight that an expert in physical activity, someone from the physical education department, could help in directing more effective wellness programs. The same person could help in building more effective exercise programs, quitting the bad habits, because life is about the balance between the habits, and of course, in conducting research on how we can overcome the challenges of the pandemic. We did a study in the first week of the lockdown that started on the 24th of January 2020. It has been more than 2 years now. We delivered a questionnaire that to more than 15,000 people. We collected responses from more than 12,000 people. What we have found was that the pandemic has resulted in an increase in emotional stress. This has happened within the first week. And I'm sure that you know this from personal experience. I hope you have not faced it, but personally speaking, we felt as a family a big stress, especially within the first week of the lockdown, during which week nobody knew what's coming ahead. This has captured in our data that I collected with my colleagues. And the beauty of this data also is that the individuals who are able to maintain some type of exercise, some type of physical activity during this shocking period, I would say, shocking period, they are able to maintain their emotional state at a better status. So apparently, there is room for some measures that someone could take in order to overcome the challenges. Besides the challenges, we do have opportunities ahead. And as Professor Lee very nicely presented, the opportunities there is the accelerated use of new technologies. So everybody, the teachers, if I speak from the side of the teacher, but the learners as well, they have to adapt into the new technology in a really fast way. That's why I'm saying we had an accelerated phase of it. We had also the introduction of new innovative ways in technologies. We had the technologies that were existing, but we had more technologies that were introduced in the past 2 years. From the physical education domain, we faced a tremendous shift into the devices, the wearable devices. This is not only for our students. I believe this has an impact across the borders, but our students were able to use this wearable technology in order to communicate and transmit the data to the teachers. And no need for me to go into the details. You know all these technologies, that's why I bring the pictures to you. You are familiar with this. And we had also the use of artificial intelligence in terms of using new platforms for home coaching. And I think this is a new dimension that is lying ahead. What are the future challenges? How we see the future? I believe this is a nice opportunity to discuss about the future. In the economics lessons, we learn that education is demanded during the financial crisis period because people are looking for a better future. So they do invest a lot in the education. On the other side, it's good to know both from economics, but also from the history of the pandemics, that once this period is over, possibly, that's what we could forecast, the demand for education and degrees will drop. And this is because the people will shift into a different lifestyle and they will try to cover the space of the missed elements in their life, social life, enjoyment. So education will stay behind. That's what history and economics is teaching us. This means that the demand for degree will possibly drop. On the other side, the demands for self-learners education will be in a rise because we have many participants who are now closer to education. These are the everyday people, the self-learners. So this is a very growing, very much fast-growing area. And therefore, it's good if we, as universities, as educational institutes, we remain relevant in terms of content and connect with the community. I believe these are key elements, might be key elements for the future. In order to excel in this competitive world, we must differentiate. To differentiate, we must focus. We must become more specific in terms of the degrees, of the expertise that we present. And allow me to say that this should be in the context of generalability. So we want the future, some educators say that the future will be on how specific you can be while being in a position to think as a generalist at the same time. So we need to combine these two elements for future education, I believe. It seems that some subjects like economics will be on a rise. That's what history says. Other topics will be in lower demand. So we need to be ready as universities, as education institutes, and make a strategic plan about the future. If we feel that there are new opportunities that arise, then we should create the new direction. What do people need? What do we forecast for the next few years? This could help us design new educational programs and degrees. And of course, it's always a challenge that's fundamental on how to engage our people, how to engage our students in order to give access to education to everybody. We need to find ways to engage, but also engage in a manner that will create opportunities for everyone. I would like to share. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. About the future. I don't know if you are aware about this nice slide. It is very popular on Twitter. Unfortunately, the author is unknown. I tried to find the author. Is unknown. I don't know how much you have done in terms of delivering the right level of knowledge. I believe the research that will follow in the coming years might be able to capture how the pandemic has affected the level of knowledge that our students have gained over the last 2 years. I'm concerned about the richness of experience or the level of experience that we have offered. And this is not due to our fault. It's not due to the teachers. It's because we have demanded to shift it into online sessions. And I don't know how much this will affect creativity, to be honest, because actually, if you believe this unknown smart author, this is the pathway to creativity. But let's see how things will move. Whatever is the case, I believe if we love reading, if we love learning, the future is there. No need to worry. There are many opportunities there. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
I was quite impressed by Dr. Joseph's optimism and productivity during the pandemic. And you can see that collaborators on his publication, 710 international collaborators from all over the world. That's great. And that's what I mean, that when we turn problems like the pandemic into opportunity and into success. So we have more and more optimism now. Great. All right. Thank you. Our second and third speakers are virtual. virtually meeting with us. Unfortunately, they were unable to come here. Dr. Mark Bennett, and Dr. Mark was in Singapore until recently. He was associated for research. And now we have joined our College of Education, Department of Foundation of Education. We are proud to have him as part of our team. Like I said, we are proud to have Dr. Judros with us. So we are going from strength to strength in our college. And this is a great. All right. So the floor now is over to you, Dr. Mark. Where are you?
Thank you, Dr. Ali. I appreciate the introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. The title of my talk is The Questions We Face, and I think there's two reasons for that. The first is that I've been in the UAE for 1 week, and I'm very aware of how little I actually know about the education system and about the UAE, and so I have lots of questions. I'm really loaded with questions. The second reason is I think that questions can give us the kind of focus that Dr. George mentioned, that they help focus our discussions, deliberation, debate over educational purposes, practices. And so it's in that sort of spirit that I think that we have a lot of questions that can help us think about what we're doing and where we want to head, what kinds of new directions we might have. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start by just, my background is in humanities and social studies education. And, you know, I'm doing a lot of the work around inquiry-based learning that's looking at some of the challenges that we faced in the 21st century that I think all of us are aware of: inequality and injustice, some of the instability and precarity that many societies face, and individuals as well. We live in this particular post-truth era when a lot of misinformation about everything from health to elections and politics is being spread in social media spaces, as well as pandemic and health issues. And climate crisis is really a threat multiplier. So some of the work that I've been doing lately is focused more on climate change and climate crisis and how educators can start to address climate change in schooling. Next. So I think one of the concerns, I guess, is that you know, we may be seeing more disruption, and there's been multiple disruptions and disparities. I think that we've heard about quite a few today, where you know, I think work is disrupted. We're seeing a lot of you know, stress and anxiety and mental health issues around this. It's disrupting how we have practiced education. And so one of the questions, I guess, to begin with is, how might education respond to these challenges? And there are some universities that are focusing on these challenges. They're calling them grand challenges. They've also been called wicked problems that are very complex, that have no easy solutions, but they're really using this as an opportunity to shift what they're doing, especially at the university level. And so we're seeing some universities focus their teaching and their research on these grand challenges. Stanford Graduate School of Education is a good example of a graduate school that's focusing on particular kinds of grand challenges in education. So one way to start to respond, I think, is to make these more of the focus of research and our teaching, I think at the university level, but I think also at all levels of schooling. Next slide, please. And so, you know, this is where we're at this particular moment, I think, where it's a really good opportunity to ask a lot of questions. And this is a quote from Zygmunt Bauman, who has written that if we think about our current institutions and systems, like schools and our philosophies of education and the ways that we think, a lot of those really developed during a different era, a different age, and really for a different kind of reality. And so it's making it difficult for us to address some of these kinds of problems that I just shared on the previous screen, unless we really start to think and rethink and revise the conceptual frames that we have. The work of Sharon Stein and colleagues has focused on this idea of the house that modernity built. I don't have time to really go into some of the ideas here, but you know, if you take like the separability, which is the floor of this house, it kind of represents some of the social categories that have been developed that tend to divide and separate people. I think, you know, this idea that we're separate from nature, for example, is something that needs to be addressed as well. And what this poses is really kind of this challenge of imagining otherwise. You know, we get sort of locked into these ways of thinking and these particular kinds of systems. And it's very difficult to move outside of them. So another question I had was, how might we collectively reimagine more sustainable and equitable educational spaces and really make equity and quality education for all a priority in terms of our educational policies, educational practices, really at all levels of education. Next slide, please. And so some of the, again, the work of Sharon Stein, she has looked at some different conceptual frames and proposes some theories of change, especially for higher education. And she categorizes these in three different sorts of categories. One is that we can do differently, which means that we continue to try to fix the house, that house that modernity built. We try to tweak things, we try to repair, we do regular maintenance, but the house remains essentially the same. And we continue to, you know, maybe have to kind of, you know, enact these sort of band-aid measures that help us, you know, perpetuate some of the systems that we have in place. There's also knowing differently, which is about remodeling the house and really rethinking how we arrange the house, you know, maybe with online learning and so on. But there's also be differently, and that's when we start to generate new possibilities. And I think, you know, if I think about the two school principals that just talked, I think we start to see them generating new possibilities. They talked about different kinds of relationships in classrooms, different kinds of relationships with stakeholders, really, you know, rethinking the purpose of education, focusing on things like values, the kinds of values that are going to drive educational practice, you know, focusing on things like, you know, mindfulness and well-being. You know, really starting to kind of shift the kind of conversations and the kinds of questions that we have. And so I think one of the things that might be worth exploring are more ecological frames. You know, if we think about these education systems and even schools being very complex systems where the parts are interrelated to influence kind of the whole, we need to have a much more systems view of things. And I think complexity theory helps with this. I think we've heard speakers talk about more inter and transdisciplinarity. We need people speaking to each other and having the kinds of conversations that I'm proposing across disciplinary boundaries, you know, and with different stakeholders. The capabilities approach of Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum is, again, it sees people in a much more holistic fashion, that it's not just about preparing people for the world of work. It's thinking about, you know, preparing them in terms of appreciation of the arts and being creative individuals, having certain kinds of civic capacities. But as human beings, we have a broader range of capacities and capabilities maybe than we've been educating for. And so thinking more fully about what that means in terms of educational practice. And then decolonizing perspectives as a way to sort of, you know, challenge some of these systems that are in place and to critique them, but also to really, you know, look at traditional values, look at the kinds of ecological practices that have been practiced around the world by different indigenous populations, to see strength in these kinds of traditions that have been around for generations, that there's a certain kind of wisdom that goes with that. Next thing. And this is the work of some colleagues, former colleagues at NIE in Singapore, that were using Bronfenbrenner's ecological theory of human development to look at, again, how we are nested within these different kinds of systems. And it helps to see these sort of relationships between different components of these different systems that we operate in. And so this notion of ecological leadership means that we're able to kind of see across these systems and to make connections across the systems as well. Next slide, please. And so I think some of these questions, rethinking educational purposes, I think we've heard different speakers talk about this. What should be taught? You know, we've heard people talk about, you know, helping young people, you know, become more mindful, to promote well-being, to think about both mental and physical health as part of this that becomes much more important in curriculum and so on. But asking these fundamental questions that Elliot Eisner asked back in 1990, really rethinking what should be taught, why, how it should be taught, you know, using online, different kinds of tools and pedagogies and approaches. And then one of a book that I'm working on is around confronting, or actually it'll be out in the spring, is about confronting climate denial. And we use eco-linguistics as a way to help us think about some of the stories that we're currently living by that are fairly destructive in terms of the environment. You know, this idea that it's perpetual economic growth without limits, that nature is a resource to be used. These are stories of competition and of seeing ourselves as separate from each other as well as separate from nature, and really moving towards different kinds of stories. What do we want our stories to be? And we call these stories to live by. Next bit there. So, you know, these are some of the things that we've sort of proposed as part of this, that really thinking more about well-being, this being a story that the primary goal instead of economic growth is really human ecological and planetary well-being, with some recognition of limits, that we can't continue to use the environment in the ways that we have been using it. That all life is treated with respect, especially for the most vulnerable populations and species. So it's, again, this focus on the most vulnerable that need quality education, need our care, and so on. And then the last one is civic engagement for the common good. This is Kate Raworth has written a book. Dr. George talked about economics being important. She's written a book called Donut Economics, and it's sort of an attempt to rethink economics in the 21st century. And she uses these practices or these images as a way to show how important the collective is, how important, to the right there, sowing and reaping is. And then the acrobats for her suggest this need to trust each other. It's a kind of a frame of reciprocity and mutuality that we're kind of in this together. And the last slide, I think, is coming up. And so again, more questions to help us sort of rethink what we're doing in education around some of the purposes and practices. But these, I think, are more specific to classrooms and to schools. How do we create spaces where everyone is engaged and that we're valuing different kinds of learners, where curriculum is more representative of students and their backgrounds, and they have plenty of opportunities to contribute? And how do we help make sure that students' values are part of instruction and that students have opportunities to thrive? And the last one is really, you know, thinking about how activities and assessments might support all students in terms of some of the different capabilities and talents that students have. So these are just a few questions, again, I think intended to focus conversation and to get us to maybe rethink. And I think, you know, those two schools that just presented, I think obviously that's been an ongoing, these questions have been part of an ongoing conversation in that school with their parent community, with their students, and with their teachers. And so I think that's what I think, you know, I'm suggesting all schools and teachers can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was exciting. And this is a regional perspective from Singapore and now in the UAE. And I like in particular what you said about the ecosystem and the complexity theory. And I thought, okay, Mark is getting into linguistics. into my field. But when we said eco-linguistics, I said, I am behind them now. I've been in the field for 30 years and Mark is now outpacing me. So congratulations on going beyond me and outpacing me, Mark. Wonderful. I like that. So I am behind now. Eco-linguistics, absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Our third presenter is to bring with him an international perspective from Poland, the University of Warsaw, Assistant Professor of Economics at the University of Warsaw, Dr. Thomas Gedward, and he is an advisor to the World Bank and to the United Nations and the UNESCO. So we are proud and we are happy to have him as part of our panel so that we have more international perspective into how to go beyond the pandemic and post-pandemic. All right, so Thomas, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Salam alaikum, good to see you. I'm very happy to be here. I actually do work a lot in Poland, but this is where I'm best, but actually I also work a lot in Arabic-speaking countries and a lot in, I was just 3 weeks ago in Dubai, and I love working with education in Gulf countries. So today I would like to share my experience with estimating educational loss, because we all know that COVID really destroyed a lot of areas of education, but actually all of us are not very certain about saying, okay, what is the precise amount of the educational loss? Of course, there were some estimates. I personally enjoy the big meta-analysis by Harry Patrinos from the manager of practice in the World Bank, who collected all the evidence we have at this stage. But now thinking of, I hope you can see my presentation, of course. I hope that having in mind that the educational loss is estimated just in few examples, and it's usually equal to just a few weeks or months of learning, I would like to share with you experience from Poland. And just as some baseline, I can show you previous results of Polish students, actually Warsaw students. In PISA, there is a question on the size of the on the town or city where the students live, and that's why we can, and there is a category above 1 million which clearly indicates only Warsaw in Poland. So if we merge the all assessment outcomes from PISA over years from 2003 to 2018, we clearly see that Warsaw, Poland, was among cities above 1 million of citizens the best. I mean, statistically the same as our benchmark, which is the Singapore all the times, and as the top performing educational systems. And actually, as you can see in this graph, so this is something where we were. But then the last assessment was in 2018, which was a really long time ago. And since then, only some country local assessments were done. This is the worldwide problem. This is not only about Poland. And we had over that time two effects. So first, we have a very big reform of education, and then we had distance learning. Actually, in Poland, we had almost the longest duration of remote education worldwide. We were closed for almost 1.5 years, so students were learning remotely. So what we did at University of Warsaw and with the Evidence Institute Foundation, we run our own large-scale assessment based on PISA revealed items, so we could link with our results to the international scale and see over time and in compared to other countries. So we did it just in autumn of 2021, so just a few months ago. The pilot was in spring, and in autumn we had the main assessment on the random sample of almost 5,000 students from 83 secondary schools in Poland. We captured both 16, 17 and 18 years old. We corrected for the yearly improvement based on the previous international data evidence. And then we could estimate the educational loss related to COVID. So the results, in general, the distribution are in mainly, for mathematics, it clearly show that all achievements were below PISA assessment that captured 15 years old. So our 16, 17, and 18 years olds were achieving lower than 15-year-olds in 2020, in 2018, which is a dramatic loss. So then what we did is we made some corrections for the years of learning and for other factors to really see and isolate the pandemic loss, the remote education effect on on students' achievement. So first, we had in our sample we had the oldest cohort, which was before the reforming our educational system. So they were not affected by the structural changes of education and were just affected by the educational loss. And I will now move to show you. To show to you the effects, the results of our assessment, and they are dramatic. So based on the international evidence and our sample and all we corrected, as I said, for years of learning, we corrected for socioeconomic status and all variables that we had a predicted, expected achievement based on previous results from 2018 PISA, and then actually the real achievement is way lower. Those dark shaded bars are the note for real achievement, and those lightly shaded are the expected ones. So then we estimated educational loss for students, and because we had that, also that one one cohort, which was before the structural changes, we controlled that in our regression. So we were able to extract the pandemic related loss from the loss related to changes in the structure of the system. And this is it. And as you can see here, the educational loss related to pandemic is almost between 20 to 30 points on the PISA scale. To make it more visible, it's more than 1 year of learning loss. So today's 16, 17, 18 years old are like they are 1 year, more than 1 year behind those who were in educational system in their age 3, 4, 5 years ago. And this is dramatic, but more dramatic is that the loss is not distributed similarly to all students. When we look at the achievement distribution, we see that the educational loss is the greatest for low performing students. So for the first quartile, so for those who achieve lower results. So before the pandemic, when it just started, there were some predictions on how the educational loss might look like, and we had many scenarios. So this scenario, let's call it scenario A, is that everyone lose the same amount of knowledge. Second scenario was that those top achieving students will be fine, but those low achieving students will be more affected. And the most dangerous scenario was that a lot of students will be affected to extreme extent. And of course, this will affect low performing students more intensively. And this is actually what we see from the corrected distributions. So this is very important to see the quantitative evidence for what are the challenges for the post-pandemic education and how to do it. We also had in our assessment of well-being and students' preferences. We used discrete choice experiments instead of Likert type questions. So these are the questions where you present to students some hypothetical choices. This is the state of the art in measuring preferences and well-being of students. And we saw, first of all, that the well-being of students was massively affected. But second of all, we had some evidence on how can we shape education to really be more in line with students' preferences and well-being. In general, we also have a clear overview on what students want from the modern education on the post-pandemic period, so that they really need accommodating in the education those hybrid methods and using that a lot in the educational system. We see what they like, what kind of educational methods and what kind of educational environments they do admire, what are the preferred assessment options, and what are the preferred ways of conducting lessons. We have this hard evidence to really help us understand what are the demands for the future. Because I mean, the topic is really broad, but just to give you an overview of conclusions from what we have in this, from what we derived from our assessment for how to improve education. So first of all, we have dramatic loss in education in Poland, but not only in Poland. This relates to most of the countries. Of course, it's mainly proportional to the time spent in the remote education, which in our country was very long. But on the other hand, it's really about all the countries that were affected by the closure of schools. We clearly see that students demand new way of doing education, new teaching methods, new way of using school environment. And this is big challenge. So group work was preferred, but also for the self-learning, the quizzes and retrieval practice, space practice, interliving, all the Rosenshine principles were needed and demanded by students, which is awesome. It clearly shows that the cognitive science is something that students do appreciate. But I would like to finally give one very important note, that the edtech solutions that are on the market are hugely, massively advertised, are not always in line with that. Many of them are not focusing on really what is important in education, and really is not focusing on the attention of the short-term memory. Sometimes it's more destructive than building, than constructive. So that's why we should take a lot of exercise, a lot of care when we think of how to shape education of the future, not to be too much affected by the marketing of the edtech gamification and so on, but to really choose those methods of the edtech instruments that are in line of cognitive science and can help to really shape the spaces, educational spaces of the future. And this is something important. Something a bit optimistic comes from the evidence by Orlov et al. And in their study, they present that controlling for the teaching methods, educational loss can be minimized if only we use the state-of-the-art hybrid way of teaching. We use the really cognitive science-based educational methods. We do not trust too much the modern edtech mechanism, but we base it really on what works in education and on students' preferences and also in well-being of students. So this is something that we should do. This is the huge challenge for future, not to really select the best thing from the traditional education and the best thing from the modern education we experience remotely. This is on one hand fighting with this confusing and myths in education that were already many times denied, but still exist in many educational environments, which about the learning science, neuroscience myths, and so on, and really based the education and training for teachers on the hard evidence from the cognitive science. And we know at this stage what are those mechanisms. Thank you so much for this presentation. I know I don't have much time, so that's why I will stop at this point, but this is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here. Thank you so much.
Probably you did not notice that while you were talking and George and Mark were talking, I've seen people writing in the chat, wonderful presentation, a great presentation, and great data and findings. So the three of you have done a great job, Mr. George, Mark, and Thomas. Thank you very much indeed. All right, I probably have a couple of minutes if you have. I think we have to be respectful to the audience. We have 2 to 3 minutes if you'd like to make any comment, feedback, questions, anything. 2 to 3 minutes, we could do that. All right, I've been talking last week. What do you think? Did you like what you heard? Okay, of course, this is something. Okay.
A couple of comments online.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
So, yeah, everybody is saying that it was very interesting presentation and they highlighted different challenges from different perspectives.
Say it. All right, because already.
All right, so thank you so much online participants for your all comments. All presentations were wonderful and inspiring and interesting. So we see that, and you mentioned, thanks a lot to speaker from Poland for highlighting the real challenges. And then we have from economics and humanities and social studies education to physical education. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Myla highlighted that. Indeed, as you mentioned, this topic elevates discussion further to international level, and we hope to have more multidisciplinary topics to discuss. Thank you.
Perfect. There you go. So you can see how wonderful feedback. I wish we had more time for questions, for feedback. It's absolutely wonderful. But this will probably open doors and opportunities for research, for collaboration. And that is the thing. These people, we are all here to collaborate. It's not only to give a presentation and go. It's important that this presentation open doors for collaboration, for research, for joint exchange programs. Could be at the level of the students, at the level of teachers, and so on. All right. So thank you very much indeed, Mark. Thank you, George, and thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. So ready? And both for me and for Thomas and Mark online.
This is for Mark.
All right, good out there. All right.
Dr. Mark. Thank you. Dr. Mark is joining us online.
So Mark, on your behalf,
Thank you.
all right, great. Okay, this way.
Thank you.
You, Mark. All right.
Dr. Thomas.
Dr. Thomas. Hi. Wonderful. All right, I'll give it to you by mail and by email.
Thank you.
I hope
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the rich presentation.
And thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Aisha and Maya. Thank you so much indeed.
Next on our program, we would like to invite Dr. Abdullah Rahomi, Mr. Ahmed Hashim, Mr. Hamad Yusuf Nasser, Ms. Fatima Bouchi, Ms. Reza Mansour. They will present caring for one's physical and mental health during the pandemic.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So we need Dr. Abdullah to be virtually here. Unfortunately, he had a positive case, so he had to stay at home. So we're ready for him to get in. Hamid, I said we paying Dr. Abdullah.
Can we preview? Maybe no. Huh? Oh, okay.
قاعد لك ايامي. So we're going to start. For the English speakers, we're asked to talk in Arabic. I don't know if Dr. George should be doing in Arabic. We're going to try to be bilingual. So hopefully we're going to take it from here by Arabic. But at the end, if you have any questions, we're going to try to translate. Cool. Everyone's good? السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. أما بعد يسعدنا اليوم خلينا نقول المحاضرة القيمة الجميلة ويا النخبة من الطلاب زملائي في الصحة والتربية المدنية في كلية التربية. أول شيء ببدأ أعرفهم زملائي المقبلين على التخرج حمد الحسني، فاطمة البلوشي وخريجتنا فرعية المنصوري. ويسعدنا اليوم وجود واحد من رواد المجال الصحي والطبي في الإمارات الدكتور عبد الله الرحومي، مستشار الطب الرياضي والإصابات الملاعب في مستشفى هيلث بوينت. وغير ذلك هو ايضا نائب رئيس اللجنه الطبيه لمنتخب الاولمبياد في دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده، وايضا مساعد استاذ لكليه الطب في جامعه خليل وجامعه الامارات. طبعا للاسف كان ودنا ان الدكتور عبد الله يكون موجود، بس كفايه انه موجود فيرتشولي، واعتقد هذه الفكره اليوم ان احنا نحاول نواكب هالجائحه بحيث ان نراوي الناس انه نستخدم الهايبرد تكنولوجي. تفضل دكتور عبد الله. دكتور عبد الله الميوت لو سمحت. ميوت.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. بداية شكرا جدا عدنان وما قصرت. حبيت أشكر جميع القائمين على الندوة هذه، وأعتذر عن عدم وجودي اليوم لأن الوضع الصحي خلونا نقول يتطلب مني الحجر في المنزل ل10 أيام. طبعا أتوقع أن هذا يفتح لنا شوية أبواب للنقاش اليوم في نطاق اللي هو الندوة، وبنتكلم عن عدة شغلات إن شاء الله وياكم. طبعا شكرا جزيلا للاستضافة هذه، وإن شاء الله أتمنى أن الجميع يستفيد منها.
دكتور عبد الله، من واقع تجربتك المهنية كيف أثرت جائحة كورونا على نمط حياة الناس في خلال اللوك داون؟
سامحيني ما سمعت بس السؤال بطريقة واضحة. كيف أثرت
الجائحة على نمط الحياة؟ على نمط حياة الناس.
أثرت الجائحة طبعا لعبت دور كبير في التأثير على حياة كثير من الناس. طبعا اليوم أنا أخذ نفسي يعني من طرائف الأمور أن أنا أشوف وضعي اليوم أنا كيف في المنزل. يمكن هذه أول فترة أنا أتعرض لها أني أنا أكون في حجر لمدة 10 أيام، ولكن أتوقع أن وجود أو لما الشخص ينجبر على وضعية جديدة دائما الواحد يبدأ يحاول يطلع نفسه من النطاق اللي هو فيه. طبعا من الشغلات اللي لاحظناها نحن بالاخص في بدايه الجائحه كانت ان الناس انجبروا يجلسون في البيوت لفترات معينه، كان في حظر تجول لفتره معينه. اتوقع ان شغله مثل هذه لعبت دور كبير في البدايه في تغيير او تعديل نمط حياه الناس.
كيف
النقطه الظريفه ايضا اللي مره ثانيه لو سمحتي.
كيف أثرت على هواياتهم، على النشاط البدني؟
اللي صار وأتوقع أن كثير من الناس بيتوقع أن الناس مثلا قلت حركتها في هذه الفترة أو قلت هواياتها في هذه الفترة، ولكن الموضوع صدقا التأثير أنا أشوف أنه صار فيه تأثير إيجابي. لو نحن نخلي نظرتنا إيجابية للموضوع، كثير من المرضى أو من الناس اللي يوني واستغربت أنا في البداية من هذا الموضوع كانت عن طريق الرياضات. قد يكون الاستغلال خاطئ أو طريقة الرياضة خاطئة، عشان كذي زادت نسبة الإصابات، ولكن بتستغربين من عدد الناس اللي بدأت تدخل نفسها في رياضات معينة وفي أنشطة بدنية معينة. طبعا اليوم السوشيال ميديا مفتوحة للجميع، وأتوقع أن في ناس كثيرة استغلت الوضع أنها تكون فيزيكلي أكتف أو أنها تكون حركية أكثر خلال فترة الكوفيد، بالأخص لما الشخص يكون محكور في شقة أو في منزل. أتوقع أن الناس بدأت تكون أكثر حركية من السابق. أتمنى أن الشغلة هذه تستمر حتى لما يفتحون أو ترجع الأوضاع إن شاء الله لطبيعتها بشكل عام، ولكن اللي أنا لاحظته من خبرتي الشخصية أن الناس بدأت تتحرك بطريقة أكثر خلال فترة الجائحة.
دكتور عبد الله، راح اتوجه للجانب الصحة البدنية لأفراد مجتمع دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. نظرا لحقيقة أن الحجر المنزلي منع العديد من الأشخاص من ممارسة عاداتهم الصحية مثل التمارين البدنية وتناول الوجبات الغذائية الصحية وما إلى ذلك، ولكن بعد ذلك بعض الأشخاص واصلوا القيام بمثل هذه العادات والبعض توقفوا. كيف يمكننا تشجيع هؤلاء الأشخاص من إعادة تلك العادات؟
ممكن بس سامحيني لأن الصوت مش واضح، لو تقربين الميكروفون وتعيدين الجزئية الأخيرة بس.
نعم، بما أن بعض الأشخاص بعد الحجر المنزلي توقفوا عن ممارسة عاداتهم الصحية من ناحية التمارين الرياضية والوجبات الغذائية، كيف يمكننا تشجيع للأشخاص الذين توقفوا عن أداء هذه العادات؟
أتوقع أن قد تكون الفترة أو فترة الحجر المنزلي كانت صعبة على بعض الناس، لكن المسألة إذا أنا فهمت السؤال بطريقة صحيحة، أنا ما يعني توقعي أنا كثير إيجابي بالأخص في التعامل مع الناس أو في الأسئلة اللي أطرحها. أنا ما شفت أن فترة الكوفيد غيرت كثير من النواحي الغذائية، ولكن أتوقع من الشغلات اللي صارت أن الناس بدأت تعتمد على نواحي غذائية أو عادات غذائية سيئة في الفترة. والسبب مثلا وجود اللي هي الشغلات مثلا أن الناس تطلب من المطاعم، أن الناس اللي ما تطبخ مثلا بدأت تتعود على نمط حياة أكثر في طلبات المطاعم أو الشغلات هذه. قد يصعب علينا أن نحن نرجع الوضع إلى ما كان عليه. ما أقدر أنا أحكم اليوم، ما في عندنا دراسات كاملة عن نسبة السمنة مثلا بعد فترة الجائحة، ولكن من الشغلات اللي الناس ممكن تسويها دائما أنها تلتزم على نمط غذائي معين. صعب جدا ان احنا نرجع الناس لو ما كان عندها انتباه للشغله هذه، لكن مثل ما انا قلت يمكن في السؤال السابق ان الناس بدات ترتبط ببرنامج حركي معين. الشغله اللي لعبت دور في ان الناس تعدل من الغذاء. طبعا يمكن اخوي عدنان انا تكلمت وياه سابقا اكثر من مره وهو يتكلم ايضا عن المواضيع هذه مثل التغذيه والى اخره، ولكن الشخص اللي مارس الرياضه بشكل عام او التزم على الرياضه طبيعيا ما يحاول اوتوماتيكيا بالاحرى انه يعدل من نمطه الغذائي. اتوقع ان افضل طريقه نحن نواجه الشغله هذه اللي هي ان نحن نقدر نلزم الناس على الرياضه، لان جزء النشاط البدني او النشاط الحركي يلعب دور في تعديل النظام الغذائي. كثير من الناس تستخدم اللي هي ايضا اللي هي supplements مثلا، ولكن انا شخصيا ما اشوف لها حاجه لو كانت تغذيتنا صحيحه، ملتزمين على التغذيه الصحيحه، سواء كانت الفواكه، سواء كانت البقوليات، سواء كانت النشويات الى اخره. لو نحن التزمنا على هذه بشكل صحيح ما راح اتوقع ان نحن نلجا الى السبلمنتس بشكل عام.
دكتور، بما أننا تكلمنا بالتغذية، فما هي أهم وأفضل النصائح التي تقدمها للأشخاص في أثناء تناول وجباتهم في الجائحة؟
الجزئية الأخيرة سامحيني، السؤال كله سمعته لكن الجزء الأخير فقط.
ما هي أهم وأفضل النصائح التي تقدمها للأشخاص في أثناء تناول وجباتهم في الجائحة؟
أهم شيء أن نحن نبتعد عن الدهون. الدهون قد تكون أكبر عدو للشخص بشكل عام وقت اللي هي في فترة الجائحة، بالأخص الناس اللي حركتها تكون محدودة. اليوم نحن بطبيعتنا في كثير من المجتمعات، وما اخذ اي مجتمع بالتحديد، ولكن نعتمد على نسبه كبيره من الدهون ومن المقالي في اكلنا. اتوقع ان هذا جدا خطير، بالاخص للناس اللي بعدها ما بدات برنامج حركي. انا احب انصح الناس انها تلتزم على الفواكه، على الخضار، لان كثير من المكونات اللي موجوده فيها تغنينا عن المكملات الغذائيه. الفواكه جدا مهمه، الابتعاد عن الدهون، الابتعاد عن المقالي بشكل عام، والسكريات ايضا. يعني لو الشخص راح ياكل شغلات فيها سكر مثلا، انا دائما انصح المريض اقول له حاول انك انت تاكل الفواكه. في كثير عندنا نحن، وشغله يمكن احب انبه الناس فيها، ان كثير مثلا من الكافيتريات او المطاعم تقدم العصائر وتحط فيها سكر. هذه الشغله انا اعتبرها خاطئه جدا. يعني انا يمكن لما درست خارج الدوله انا ما كنت اشرب من النوع اللي اشرب عصائر كثير مثلا من المطاعم الى اخره، ولكن لما رجعت من الخارج وانتبهت للشغله هذه، اكتشفت ان الشغله هذه صحيا غير مفيده، وبالعكس تعود الاطفال على الادمان على السكريات. السكر قد يدمن عليه، ولو نحن عودنا الاطفال وعودنا الصغار على انهم يشربون السكر في عصائرهم والى اخره، اتوقع ان الشغله مثل هذه راح تؤدي الى عواقب وخيمه في المستقبل. فاتوقع من النصائح جدا مهمه ان الالتزام على الفواكه، على البقوليات او بالاحرى على الخضار، وايضا الابتعاد عن الدهون وعن السكريات بشكل
عام. تفضل دكتور. بعد ما تكلمنا عن التغذيه، خلينا نوجه، خلينا نقول الحوار الى الجانب النفسي ونتكلم. هل تتفق ان الرياضه ثقافتها انتشرت في فتره الجائحه؟ هل يمكن نتكلم عن الجانب الايجابي؟ هل تتفق مع الكلام؟ بحكم مجالك كمستشار رياضي، هل شفت انت مثلا كيسات اكثر؟ هل شفت ان الحين الناس واعيين عن الجانب الرياضي في فتره الجائحه؟ فاتمنى رايك دكتور.
صدقا الجانب الرياضي في فترة الجائحة تطور بشكل كبير. أخوي عدنان، ما تتصور نسبة الناس. أنا سعيد جدا أني أنا أشوف الناس بدأت تسوي رياضات مختلفة، رياضات أكثر. الناس وضع الجائحة قد يكون سلبي. أتمنى أن احنا نقدر نشتغل على دراسات على الأقل لتحديد أو لمعرفة عدد أو نسبة الناس، ولكن نسبة الناس اللي بدأت تسوي رياضات مختلفة، سواء كانت رياضات جديدة أو رياضات قديمة. مثلا أنا عندي أكثر من يمكن 20 أو 30 مريض بدأوا يكلموني مثلا عن رياضة البادل تنس خلال فترة الجائحة، وهم مثلا قبل الجائحة ما كانوا يمارسون هذه الرياضة. بدأت الناس تسوي ملاعب، بدأت الناس تركب مثلا السياكل بطريقة أكثر احترافية، بطريقة أكثر استمرارية خلينا نقول فيها. الجانب النفسي يلعب دور، وأتوقع أن اليوم مجتمع الإمارات بادي يتغير من مجتمع كانت نسبة أمراض القلب وأمراض الرئة والشرايين فيه كبيرة إلى مجتمع تكثر فيه الإصابات الرياضية. طبعا لو نحن شفنا الأسباب في السابق، كنا نمارس الرياضة بشكل أقل، فتكون نسبة أمراض الشرايين وأمراض الرئة كبيرة. ولكن اليوم العكس يصير، اليوم مجتمعنا بادي يصير مجتمع رياضي، سواء كانت المرأة، سواء كانت للرجل أو للعوائل. كثير النسبة هذه تغيرت، وأتوقع أن المشاكل النفسية أيضا بدورها راح تقل، أو هي في تنازل، والسبب وجود الرياضة بشكل عام، أن الناس بادي تلتزم عليها بشكل كبير. وأنا سعيد جدا أن جزء منكم إن لم يكن معظمكم أيضا يمارس الرياضة بشكل منتظم، سواء كانت من الكاراتيه إلى الدراجات الهوائية إلى رياضات مختلفة. هذه الشغلات وقت الجائحة زادت. الرياضات الأولمبية بشكل عام اتطورت خلال فترة الجائحة، وحتى الرياضات اللي هي الغير أولمبية أيضا. أنا سعيد جدا أني أنا أشوف الناس اليوم بدأت تمارس هذه الرياضات وبدأت تنتبه إلى فائدتها في الصحة العامة بشكل عام.
شو دكتور، أنا جوابي قيم، ومثل ما تفضلت دكتور ذكرت نقطة وايد مهمة حبيت أنوه عليه وأسألك سؤال عنه، واللي هو الجانب خلينا نقول الأمراض النفسية. شو الحين الشخص لما الحين من الحضور يبغى يفهم شو الفسيولوجي، شو الخلفية وراء الرياضه وعلاقه الرياضه بالمشاكل النفسيه، هل هو ترابط بالهرمون ولا اشياء معينه؟ فدكتور حبيت جوابك من الجانب التخصصي في الرياضه.
بطريقه جدا مبسطه. الرياضه تلعب دور في شغلتين. طبعا لو نحن بنستخدم مصطلح الادمان، الادمان قد يكون جيد وقد يكون سيء. طبعا الادمان على الرياضه من نوعيه الادمان خلينا نقول اللي هو الجيد. جسم الانسان يبدا يفرز مركبات مختلفه تلعب دور جدا مهم في تعديل الجانب النفسي. من المركبات سواء كانت الاندورفينز او كانت السيروتونين او شغلات كثيره جدا في الجسم تلعب دور من ناحيتين، سواء كانت اللي هي ناحيه ان الشخص اللي يبدا يسوي رياضه يتعود على الرياضه، والجانب الثاني ايضا للمواد هذه اللي يفرزها الجسم دور كبير في تعديل الحاله النفسيه. لو نحن نفترض ان مثلا كمثال الناس اللي تاخذ الادويه مثلا للاكتئاب او لمشاكل نفسيه معينه، ممارسه الرياضه بشكل عام يفرز المواد هذه في الجسم بطريقه فيزيولوجيه طبيعيه، مما يسهم بشكل ممتاز في تعديل الحاله النفسيه للشخص اللي يلعب رياضه. انا شخصيا مثلا مجرد ما احس اني انا متكدر او عندي ضغوطات او عندي شغله معينه في حياتي، اول شيء اسويه البس ملابس الرياضه واتوكل على الله واسوي مثلا رياضه لمده 20 الى 30 دقيقه، وبالفعل بعد 20 الى 30 دقيقه الواحد يلاحظ ان تفكيره بدا يتغير، منطقيته في الاستجابه للمعطيات اللي كانت قبل الرياضه تختلف، تحليله يختلف، ويساعد الرياضه بشكل عام تساعد الشخص على انه يقدر يتدخل في الحلول لهذه المشاكل او لهذه المعطيات اللي يواجهها بطريقه مختلفه. فدائما الرياضه تلعب دور في هذه الافرازات، واتوقع ان من الشغلات اللي نحن دائما ننصح فيها الناس اللي تعاني من مشاكل نفسيه ايضا الاستمراريه على الرياضه. هذا بدون ما نتكلم نحن عن الخطط العلاجيه اللي نحن حاليا نحطها لبعض المشاكل الصحيه، دائما تتطلب نسبه كبيره من الرياضه، وكثير من برامج اعاده التاهيل تتضمن 20 الى 30 دقيقه مرتين الى 3 مرات اسبوعيا للشخص المصاب مثلا بمشكله معينه، لتحفيز الشخص على افراز الاجسام او الجزيئات هذه في الجسم، مما سيساعد الشخص على حلول او ايجاد الحلول لمشاكل الصحيه بشكل عام.
يعطيك العافيه.
الله يعافيك.
ممكن تعطينا طرق او نصائح تشجع الناس فيها على يكونوا نشيطين في حياتهم اليوميه؟
سامحني ما سمعت السؤال ابدا.
لو تقرب دكتور عبد الله ممكن تعطينا طرق او نصائح تساعد الناس على ان يكونوا نشيطين في حياتهم اليوميه؟
على ان يكونون
نشيطين.
عفوا ما سمعت الكلمه.
على ان يكونون اكثر في حياتهم اليوميه.
اكتب في الحياه اليوميه. طبعا البدايات دائما صعبه، وانتم ما شاء الله عليكم في كليه التربيه قد تكونون اكثر خبره مني في هذا الموضوع، ولكن التدريج يلعب دور. اليوم لو نحن افترضنا على الشخص انه مثلا دخل عندنا شخص وزنه مثلا عالي او البي ام اي مثلا تبعه عالي، ودخلنا نحن عليه بقوه وقلنا له لا لازم تسوي رياضه 5 مرات في الاسبوع، كل مره 30 دقيقه او كل مره 40 دقيقه، الشغله مثل هذه راح تثبط الشخص. انا اتوقع ان نحن دائما لازم نمشي مع الشخص يدا بيد من البدايه. من البرامج اللي انا ابداها مع كثير من المرضى عندي، دائما ابدا معاهم البرنامج الرياضي او التوصيات الرياضيه بمثلا 5 أو 10 دقائق يوميا او 3 مرات في الاسبوع كبدايه، وابدا معاهم بالتدريج لحد ما نوصل الى التارجت. طبعا انا التارجت عندي مثلا في العياده يقول تقريبا بين حدود 30 الى 40 دقيقه 3 الى 4 مرات في الاسبوع، ولكن في عمري ما ابدا مع الشخص بهذا المستوى. دائما ابدا مع الشخص اقول له حاول تسوي 5 الى 10 دقائق بنبض معين يكون مقارب الى الماكسيمم هارت ريت او الثيوريتيكال ماكسيمم هارت ريت اللي هو 220 ناقص عمر الشخص. ودائما نشوف الليفل او الرينج المعين اللي انا ممكن انصح فيه الشخص انه يمارس فيه رياضه، وطبعا نحط فيها عمر الشخص او مشاكله الصحيه ايضا كلها تلعب دور. فدائما ابدا مع الشخص ب5 أو 10 دقائق لمده اسبوعين مثلا او 3 اسابيع او اللي يناسب الشخص، وبعدها نبدا نزيد بالتدريج في البرنامج الرياضي. اتوقع هذه شغله جدا اساسيه، واحاول قدر الامكان اني ما ابدا بالتغذيه. هذا انا شخصيا او اسلوبي انا شخصيا، اني انا ما ابدا باكثر من تغيير في وقت واحد، اني انا ما احاول اغير التغذيه واغير الرياضه واحط وقت كبير واحط ضغوطات اكثر على الشخص تنفر الشخص من ممارسه الرياضه او تنفر الشخص من تعديل برنامج الغذائي. دائما البدايه بالتدريج اتوقع هي الاساس. لو نحن بدينا مع الناس بالتدريج اتوقع ان الناس راح تمشي، والنتائج اللي انا اشوفها دائما نتائج بدايات تدريجيه ساهمت في ان الناس توصل الى اهدافها.
دكتور عبد الله، شو التغييرات اللي ممكن نسويها عشان نكون نشيطين وقت حياتنا اليوميه؟
من التغييرات طبعا التغييرات اللي الناس ممكن تسويها ان نحن نقدر نربط نفسنا بناس ايجابيه، او بالاحرى ناس اكثر حركيه منه. كل واحد منا عنده مجموعه اصدقاء رياضيين ومجموعه اصدقاء غير رياضيين. اليوم الواحد او ما فيها خجل لو الشخص طلب من زميل له انه يكون على الطريق وياه، انه يحاول يطلع يسوي الرياضه مع مجموعه من الاشخاص. قد نستهين بالدور الفاعل ان نكون نحن مجموعه اشخاص نمارس الرياضه، ولكن معظم الرياضات اليوم نلاحظ ان الناس توجهت لها لان الناس بدات تدخل في الرياضات بشكل جماعي. رياضه الدراجات الهوائيه اليوم تمارس بشكل كبير بطريقه جماعيه، رياضه البادل تنس تمارس بشكل كبير بطريقه جماعيه. كثير من الرياضات الجماعيه اليوم انتشرت، مثلا كره القدم تمارس برياضه جماعيه. اتوقع من الادوار الاساسيه ان الواحد يحاول لو قدر يحط نفسه مع مجموعه ملتزمه بالرياضه، مش رياضات اللي هي يوم الاحد او يوم السبت اني انا العب مره في الاسبوع مثلا بين فتره وفتره او مره في الشهر. لا، احاول اني انا احط نفسي مع مجموعه من الناس تمارس الرياضه بشكل اسبوعي، واحاول اغير في نمط حياتي. الشغله مش سهل ان الواحد يغير في نمط حياته، ولكن لو بدينا نحن نربط نفسنا مع مجموعه من الناس الرياضيه اتوقع راح نوصل للهدف عندنا وبطريقه ان شاء الله سهله.
شكرا دكتور على الاجوبه الثريه، وبالتحيه بفتح في مجال يمكن حق الحضور اللي يسال اي سؤال في مجال تخصص الدكتور. So if anyone want to ask any question regarding anything that comes to health and sports, the doctor will be more than happy to answer. So any questions before I further this question? Anyone want to ask? حد يبغى يسال من البنات، حد يبغى يسال شيء يخص الرياضه والصحه ولا اكمل؟ تمام؟ دكتور.
شكرا دكتور عبد الله على المحاضرات الثريه وعلى البرامج اللي طبعا اعتقد كلنا حاجه ليها طبعا. لكن انا يمكن سؤالي موجه للرياضه من خلال تخصصي في التربيه الخاصه، ويمكن طلاب الدوري التربيه الخاصه اثناء الجائحه وما بعد الجائحه كان عندهم اختلاف في الهرمونات نتيجه يعني القسم اللي هم بيكونوا فيها، زي الاوتيزم، زي الولاد اللي عندهم ADHD او هايبر اكتف. في الحقيقه طبعا كان كتير جدا من الاهالي كانوا بيرجعوا لنا خلال الجائحه ايه هي الانشطه اللي ممكن او التدريبات العلاجيه اللي ممكن تسهم في عمل حميه غذائيه ليهم، خاصه الاولاد اللي عندهم اوتيزم او عندهم ADHD اللي عندهم اختلاف في الهرمونات مش حاسس عليه. فيمكن دور ممارسه الرياضه مع هذه الفئه خلال او قبل الجائحه او بعد الجائحه لها دور مهم جدا. فبالتالي طبعا انت ممكن تسلط لنا ضوء على اهم الممارسات الايجابيه اللي ممكن توجه لاولادنا من دور التجاره الخاصه. شكرا جزيلا.
عدنان السؤال الصوت ما كان واضح، لو ممكن بس تريد تعيد المداخلة لأن الصوت ما كان واضح جدا.
مو مشكلة.
الصوت موضوع دكتور عبد الله؟
حاليا الصوت أوضح. نعم.
أوضح. هو كان سؤال بيتطرق حول يعني ممارسة الرياضة وأهم الممارسات اللي ممكن توجه للأسر أو أولياء الأمور اللي هم عندهم أولاد من ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة زي الأوتيزم والإي اتش دي أو الطلاب اللي عندهم فرط حركة وتشتت الانتباه.
عفوا الصوت رجع في النهاية. ما أدري إذا ممكن حد يكتب لي السؤال أو حد ممكن بس يكتب لي على الشات، ممكن أحاول أقرأ السؤال لأن الصوت أتوقع يمكن بعد الميكروفون عن الشاشة أو عن الريسيفر الصوت ما يكون فيه واضح.
الصوت واضح؟
مرة ثانية عدنان؟
الصوت واضح ولا لا؟
الصوت واضح الحين عدنان.
زين دكتور انا بعيد صيغه السؤال فاتمنى انه يكون مثل ما تفضل دكتور. السؤال هو شو خلينا نقول النصائح اللي تقدر تقدمها للناس او الاطفال من دول مثلا الاعاقات الخاصه والاي اتش دي والاوتيزم، فبشكل عام هل لك نصائح لهم؟
تمام. بالنسبه للناس اللي هم اصحاب الهمم او الناس اللي عندها اعاقه معينه، اليوم انا طبعا متواجد مع المنتخب الاولمبي والمنتخب الباراولمبي لدوله الامارات. وجودي معهم كان يشرفني ويسعدني، وساهمت بدور كبير مع المنتخب. من الشغلات اللي انا ممكن انصح الناس اللي هم اصحاب الهمم او اللي هم اصحاب الاراده، هو ان يقدرون يدخلون انفسهم في الانديه اللي موجوده عندنا. طبعا كل من اصحاب الهمم لهم مشاكلهم الصحيه اللي تختلف عن غيرهم. الشخص المقعد مثلا على الكرسي المتحرك يختلف عن الشخص اللي عنده الاي دي اتش دي، يختلف عن الشخص اللي عنده الداون سيندروم، ولكل من هؤلاء التوجهات الصحيه او مشاكل الصحيه المختلفه. طبعا حاليا نحن عندنا جهتين مختلفات سواء كانت البارا اولمبيك او السبيشال اولمبيك، وهي هذه اللي تقريبا لتوضيح الشغله. البارا اولمبيك اكثر بالناس اللي عندها اعاقات حركيه، بينما السبيشال اولمبيك اكثر للناس اللي عندها اعاقات مثل الاي دي اتش دي او الداون سيندروم الى اخره. طبعا الجهات هذه مختصه، الجهات هذه توفر لهم البيئه المناسبه سواء كانت في دوله الامارات او غير دوله الامارات، توفر لهم الانديه، توفر لهم المدربين، توفر لهم المعالجين الطبيعيين، وايضا الاختصاصيين مثلي انا اللي يكونون متواجدين مع الفرق لضمان سلامتهم. قد لا انصح ان الشخص منهم يمارس الرياضه بشكل منفرد في المنزل، والسبب انه وجود مشاكل صحيه قد تؤثر عليهم. مثلا الناس اللي عندها داون سيندروم قد يكون عندهم مشاكل في العمود الفقري او في الركبه، فما انصحهم مثلا ان يلعبون رياضات قتاليه الا لحد ما نحن نتاكد من شغلات معينه او فحوصات معينه، لان شغله مثل هذه قد تؤدي الى الشلل. فبالتدريج او بالاحرى اني انا افضل ان الناس اللي عندها مشاكل صحيه او اصحاب الاراده مثلا انهم يتوجهون الى الجهات المختصه هذه ويبدون يلعبون الرياضات عن طريق الانديه اللي موجوده اللي متخصصه، بالاضافه الى الاشراف الطبي اللي بيكون موجود عليهم.
شكرا دكتور على الجواب دكتور. وقلت بما ان عندنا وقت يمكن اسال سؤال تفيد الحضور. دكتور شو رايك في الناس اللي يقولون والله الرياضه بس حق اللي يبغى ينزل وزنه؟ يمكن تشوف السؤال دائما متكرر ان شخص يمكن وزنه مثالي من الجينات او عوامل اخرى عقب يشوفون هالشخص سواء من الشباب او البنات يشوفونه في الجيم يقولوا له ليش تفجر؟ ليش تتغير؟ ما له داعي. فشو نصيحه الدكتور يمكن تشاركهم الفوائد من ناحيه الافضليه حتى لو هم بعد في وزن مثالي؟
الرياضه للجميع، الرياضه ليست للشخص اللي هو يبغى ينزل وزنه فقط. طبعا هذه من الشغلات اللي اليوم نحن لازم نحط ايادينا كلنا ونشتغل على تغييرها، اللي هو المفهوم الخاطئ ان الرياضه فقط للشخص اللي بينزل وزنه. اليوم هدف الرياضه تقليل نسبه امراض القلب، امراض الرئه، امراض الشرايين، وهذه الشغلات حتى لو انت كان وزنك مثالي وما كنت تمارس الرياضة قد تكون أكثر عرضة لأمراض القلب وأمراض الشعب وأمراض الرئة وأمراض الشرايين، وإضافة لذلك أيضا المشاكل النفسية. هذه كلها شغلات تصير للناس اللي ما تمارس رياضة. اليوم الهدف من الرياضة هو الحصول على مجتمع صحي. الهدف من الرياضة الصحة وليس الهدف تقليل الوزن. تقليل الوزن قد يكون أحد الأسباب اللي نحن نسوي لها الرياضة، ولكني أنا دائما مصر على أن الرياضة للجميع. الرياضة ليست فقط لتقليل الوزن. من الطرائف أو الشغلات اللي أنا أحب أقولها اليوم، كثير من الناس عندنا تبذل مجهود حركي ولكنها ما تسوي رياضة. كثير من الناس، نسبة تقريبا 30 إلى 40% من الناس اللي يمرون علي يقول لي أنا أمشي، ودائما رد يكون المشي ليس رياضة. المشي عبارة عن مجهود بدني ولكنه ليست رياضة. للرياضة، ودائما من الشغلات اللي أيضا أحب اليوم أتكلم عنها عشان أسهل الموضوع على الناس اللي تشوف، عندي 3 معايير جدا بسيطة استخدمها واقول للناس فيها عشان انت تتاكد انك انت تسوي رياضه. المبدا الاولاني اللي هو ان الشخص تبدا تتسارع نبضات القلب عنده. المبدا الثاني التعرق. المبدا الثالث ان الشخص ما يقدر يتكلم مع الناس اللي عداله. لو انت تقدر تتكلم معناته انت ما وصلت الى ليفل معين او مرحله معينه من المجهود البدني. لو انت ما تعرقت او ما بدات نبضات قلبك تزيد، انت معناتها ايضا ما وصلت الى مجهود بدني معين. الناس اللي تمشي انا اتمنى ان يقدرون يوصلون لهذه الشغلات. لو انت تقدر تمسك التليفون وتتكلم بالتليفون وانت تسوي رياضه، انت مش جالس تسوي رياضه، انت جالس تسوي اكثر مجهود بدني من انك انت تسوي رياضه. هاي من الشغلات اللي احب دائما اني انا اقولها للمرضى عندي، اضافه الى تعقيبا لكلامك عدنان، ان الرياضه ليست فقط لتنزيل الوزن ولكنها للحصول على مجتمع صحي ومجتمع خالي من امراض القلب وامراض الشرايين وامراض الرئه.
دكتور عبد الله شكرا وايد على وقتك الثمين. ودي ان احنا نكمل ونتكلم عن الرياضه والصحه، وبس الناس اكيد في جلسات حواريه اخرى، فاتمنى نستضيفه في جلسات اخرى ونفيد طلاب كليتنا والحضور والمجتمع ان شاء الله. مشكور دكتور. الحين بس تكريم ان شاء الله دكتور، وكنا نتمنى تكون موجود تستلم شهاده بنفسك. ف يمكن دكتور الحين احمد يدخل يكرم. مشكور دكتور عبد الله، اي كلمه حاب توجهها للحضور قبل ما نختم؟
العفو عدنان، انا حطيت ايضا على الشات بوكس اللي هو ايميلي الشخصي، لو اي شخص عنده سؤال، او لان شفت انه يمكن في بعض النقاشات اللي هي دارت او بعض الاسئله، اتمنى اني اكون جاوبت على معظم الاسئله. فلو اي شخص عنده اي سؤال، رجاء عدم التردد توجيه الاسئله على الايميل، واكون حاضر ان شاء الله اجاوب الاسئله هذه. ومره ثانيه شكرا جزيلا على الفرصه هذه، واتمنى ان شاء الله اني الاقيكم في الكليه قريبا، وان شاء الله الحلقات النقاشيه هذه تكون اكثر، وان تكون عندنا نتيجه في تغيير المجتمع الى الافضل ان شاء الله باذن الله.
So just to wrap this up, Abdullah shared his personal email, so if anyone has a question regarding sports health and anything in regard to maybe a future collaboration when it comes to research, Dr. Abdullah will be more than happy to be connected with. Thank you again. We came to the end of this discussion. Hopefully we enjoyed it. And for the ones who speak in English, there are some answers that supervisors shared in the panel. So we excuse for talking out of it. And thank you so much for your precious time.
جزاكم الله الف خير. جزاكم الله الف خير.
This was the doctor for me.
For you.
For me.
For you.
يعطيكم الف عافيه وما قصرت. عدنان لازم نسوي صوره جماعيه، لو اني انا موجود على زوم بس لازم صوره جماعيه.
يلا خلينا نكسر الروتين وكلنا نخلي الدسكشن وعيد حركه رأيي. دائما نتمنى
فاطمة، حمد وثريا، شكرا جزيلا أيضا على مداخلاتكم وعلى أسئلتكم.
دكتور بس ولد ما يبي.
ايوه
دكتور انت عبد الله وين بيت؟ لا بطلع لك الصوره دكتور.
إن شاء الله.
That is nice.
شكرا جزيلا عدنان، بروفيسور جورجس، ثريا، فاطمة ومحمد. Thank you very much everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. مع السلامة.
We'll have a break for 20 minutes, and the next section, the last section will be available at 4 p.m. Yeah. Please be back. Please be back 4 p.m. Be back at 4.
nonsense. They're gonna be thrown.
to our final panel for today's hybrid event entitled Teacher Professional Development Around the World During COVID-19, a roundtable panel discussion. So I know that it's, I believe, late in the evening for Alfredo, who is joining us from Hong Kong. And it's morning, just in West's time in the US. I'm not sure exactly what time it is for Professor Eileen from Glasgow. So we do have a truly international roundtable panel discussion this afternoon. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our Associate Provost for Research, Professor Ahmed Murad, who will be delivering his opening remarks for this panel discussion. Professor Murad?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be among you today. This session related to the teacher as a professional job, how it has fallen during the COVID-19. So we are pleased to know that the International Journal for Research in Education that hosted by the College of hosted by the College of Education at the UAE University in the process to have a special issue to address those challenges. What happened to the position of teacher? What will happen to teacher either during the COVID-19 or what will be in the future? Are the teacher position going to be changed? What are the evolving factors that could affect? Also, good things, we have a special guest and a special scientist from different parts of the world that will contribute to this special issue. And that I believe that this will reach the issue and will provide the best practices in how to deal with the challenges, especially during COVID-19. As we know, the world, all countries, all the jobs all over the world during the COVID face a serious challenges related to their job, either to be face-to-face or to be virtual. However, the education is considered to be one of the important pillars, and in the UAE, we consider education is one of the strategic themes for the country. And the country, I think, pay great attention to this sector in general. So UAE University and also along with other universities, I think, started to adapt with the new system quickly. So within 2 weeks to 3 weeks, all universities, I think, want to be virtual using the technologies, new technologies that help us to deliver messages to our students. So I am sure that I think with the support of the colleagues from the College of Education, we will have a great best practices related to the how different countries deal with the education during the COVID-19, how the message has been delivered to our students and how the interaction became between the students, families even, and the student. I am sure also that families has significant impact, I think, in the education during the COVID-19. And all of us, I think, witnessed that during COVID-19 in the UAE, how the mothers and fathers played a major role, I think, as a teacher. They took the role of a teacher while they are instructing their kids how to deliver the information or how to link with the teacher using the virtual and using the technology. So without further more, so I would like to thank all the contributors who will contribute to this important session. And I am sure this will be guidelines that include the best practices that can be shared with the community in the UAE, share it with the Ministry of the Education and the decision makers to be familiar with the best practices related to how we adapt as education system of how the world adapt with the new virtual education. So I would like the organizer and I would like all the faculty member and researchers who are going to contribute to this special issue. And also I would like to thank Dean Dr. Najwa Al-Hosani, acting dean for the College of Science for her great efforts, and all colleagues from the College of the Education. Thank you.
Shukran, Doctor. Thank you, Professor Murad. Where do you want me to stand now, Aisha?
Yep, maybe in the middle.
Professor Murad, maybe you can join me here. Yep, in the chair. Okay, thank you. So it truly gives me such great pleasure to be reunited with a very good friend of mine, Professor Alfredo Bautista. Hi, Alfredo. So last year we have jointly co-organized a 3-day international graduate study seminar. I'm sure most of you remember that. So it was done fully online, not like this, which is a hybrid format here at the Expo. First day was organized by United Arab Emirates University. The second day was organized by the Education University of Hong Kong, and the third day was by University of Helsinki in Finland. So it was truly an international graduate study seminar. So I'm really very pleased that Dr. Alfredo Bautista is now part of the editorial board of our college journal, the International Journal for Research and Education. And he has proposed a very brilliant idea to guest edit a special issue on teacher professional development that also touches on COVID-19 pandemic. So I think, Dr. Justin West has been incredible as well in being the guest editor, co-guest editor from the US. So he is here with us. We're also especially indebted to Professor Ahmed Murad. He has been incredibly supportive in making sure that the translations for the English versions of the manuscripts happen. So we are truly grateful for his support. And of course, Dr. Najwa Mohammed Al-Hosani. I'm not supposed to be speaking today because, as you know, I'm also chairing this entire 3-day event. But I have to stand in her behalf, and I know that she is deeply with us in spirit. And I thank her for all of her encouragement, for all of her support. So that being said, I now turn it over to you, Alfredo and Justin.
Hello, everybody. It's so nice to be with you. I'm just so pleased to be able to present this special issue along with my friend and colleague, Alfredo Bautista. We had written a different paper on teacher professional development a few years ago. And so whenever he asked me to team up with him on this project, it was really an interesting proposition. So we set out to answer a simple question with the special issue. In the midst of a global pandemic, what happens to teacher learning and professional development? What are countries, what are jurisdictions doing in relation to teacher learning and professional development in a pandemic? And so as I don't need to really tell people who are listening in on this call or who are there in person, things have changed dramatically as a result of COVID-19. And right alongside it, as schools have changed, so has teacher learning has changed as well. And so teachers didn't go to the conferences that they normally go to. They couldn't collaborate in the ways they used to. And in the midst of all of that, their work was changing. They had to implement practice in a way that was much different than they had been used to. So in a sense, they needed more professional development, but probably had more restricted access to professional development as they dealt with learning and COVID mitigation and all that stuff. So in this issue, we want to give voice, and particularly an international voice to these issues, to understand how the professional development systems in different countries and jurisdictions were handling the crisis. And so we wanted to learn from a group of distinguished professional development researchers across the globe to write about what's happening in their jurisdictions. And I'll now turn it over to Alfredo to kind of tell us a little bit about what each contributor contributed.
Great. Thank you so much, Justin. Is the sound okay? I suppose yes, right? Great. This is Alfredo Bautista from the Education University of Hong Kong. So I would like to really start by thanking the United Arab Emirates University for organizing this roundtable discussion at the Expo. So just to give a little bit of context, right? So in 2021, the International Journal for Research in Education kindly extended Justin and I an invitation to edit this special issue. So as Justin said, the purpose was to bring together a series of articles featuring contemporary approaches to teacher PD around the world, with emphasis on the strategies adopted to tackle the challenges of the pandemic. So the special issue adopts a systemic and ecological and socially situated understanding of teacher PD. So rather than focusing on the effects of isolated PD initiatives, Justin and I were interested in more holistic descriptions of PD systems within specific countries or jurisdictions, accounting for the multiple factors that mediate the impact of teacher PD, including cultural factors and societal factors, political, socioeconomic factors, etc. Right? So in our invitation letter to the selected contributors, so we explained that our focus here was conceptual papers, conceptual studies, not empirical, right? Outlining the professional development trends currently in place in their specific context, right? So we suggested some potential topics that could be addressed. For example, we said that we were interested in overall descriptions of teacher PD systems, including, for example, analysis of policy frameworks or descriptions of the initiatives conducted by the main professional development providers in each country or in each setting. We also mentioned that we were interested in examples of effective or successful professional development practices in recent years, or especially throughout the pandemic. And finally, we also suggested the possibility of discussing ways in which PD theories, policies, and practices have changed as a result of the pandemic, and the strategies that have been implemented so far, and the changes that should remain in the future. So we explained that to the authors, right, that covering all of these topics obviously was not required. So we gave authors freedom to really elaborate on those things that they thought that they were relevant or significant in their own setting. And the special issue comprises 6 articles from 6 different regions around the world, specifically from the US, from Scotland, Uruguay, Australia, United Arab Emirates, and also from Hong Kong. So as you will see today, some of the issues and topics discussed in these papers include, for example, the limitations of PD systems that are based on compliance and externally accountability during the pandemic times. Also, the need to center teacher motivation in existing professional development frameworks, or matter of access and equity regarding PD, the importance of developing technological infrastructure for online PD and hybrid teacher learning, and also problems related to online safety and well-being. So these are issues that you will see in the different presentations that we are going to have today. So collectively, so these 6 articles in the special issue really show how really the uncertainty of today's times really require new perspectives on teacher professional development theory, design, implementation, evaluation, and scholarship, right? So the articles show that really to nurture agentic and highly motivated and effective teachers for this pandemic era and beyond, countries and jurisdictions really need to think more creatively about how to best support teacher learning. So we really invite the readers of the International Journal for Research in Education to read the papers and reflect on really how the perspective that we present on this special issue really can enhance teacher professional development in their own settings, right? And hopefully these articles will help other professionals in this area to navigate the challenges of the pandemic. So thank you so much to the audience for being there and also online today. Also, thank you so much to the journal for inviting us to edit this special issue. This was wonderful. Also, obviously, to the colleagues from UAU for organizing this session, and also to our wonderful panel of contributing authors, right? So now, now that we have given like a general overview, so now I am going to be introducing the first contributors of today, the first paper that is going to be discussed today, which is the contribution from the United States, right? This paper is authored, as you can see on the screen, by Justin West, Anne-Marie Stanley, and also Aina Apova. For those of you who are online or there, if you scan the QR code, this will give you access to the paper directly. And as you can see on the screen, the title of this paper is Exogenous Shocks in Teacher Motivation to Learn, Pandemic and Professional Development in the United States. So Justin and Anne-Marie, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alfredo. It's been such a pleasure to work with my colleague and former office neighbor at Louisiana State University, Anne-Marie Stanley, who is here with us today, and Aina Apova, who couldn't be here, but whose theoretical work, if you read the paper, whose theoretical work really formed the foundation for the stuff that we talk about in the paper. So as you can see, our paper was titled The Exogenous Shocks in Teachers' Motivation to Learn. So like many folks who try to understand how these last 2 years have changed practice and theory in their fields, we were trying to figure out a way in this paper to sort of conceptualize the pandemic as it relates to teacher learning and professional development here in the United States. And as a way of background, I should note that in the United States, the professional development system is quite fractured, and jurisdictions kind of do their own thing. And that's because education governance overall is fractured. Districts do their own thing, schools do their own thing. And so it's really hard to give a grand description of what everybody in the United States is doing. And really, you would have to go to specific context to understand what they're doing. So instead of trying to put forward this grand description of what people were doing, we thought we'd do some theorizing a little bit. So after talking to teachers and reading relevant research from before the pandemic, it seemed obvious to us that some of the older models, some of the pre-pandemic models of teacher learning and professional development would possibly leave gaps in our understanding of what happened during the pandemic and after the pandemic. So we use this concept of exogenous shocks in our paper to sort of frame what we wanted to what we're talking about. So briefly, an exogenous shock is a term we got from the economics literature. And it's something that happens outside of a given domain that has an effect within that domain. So if you think about like the global recession in 2008 versus the pandemic recession in 2020, the recession in 2008 was caused by something that happened within economics. So a meltdown in the financial markets, among other things. Whereas the recession in 2020 was caused by the pandemic, which is a global health crisis, has nothing to do with the economics or finance domain. And so if you bring that over to professional development or to education, obviously teachers and schools didn't have anything to do with the pandemic, but they still had to respond to it. So whenever you think about school reform or school change or school improvement or teacher learning, a lot of times we're thinking about policies and practices that education actors can plausibly control. But in this case, they couldn't control it as much as they probably wanted to. So we wanted to understand, how did this shock, this thing that happened outside of education, the pandemic, affect practices within education and specifically within teacher and professional development. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague to give us a little overview about the motivation and all that stuff. Anne-Marie?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I dropped it quickly in the chat. I'm not sure if it's visible to everyone, but one of the frameworks that we used was created by our co-author, Aina Apova, and one of her co-authors in a previous article. And Professor West and I have used this a couple times in our research. And the idea of teachers' motivation as characterized in this conceptualization is that there are basically 4 segments of learning that sort of all coalesce together. And if one or all of them are present, it's more likely that teachers will not only be motivated to learn from PD, but that they will then actually be able to use that learning to effect change in their classroom. So the 4 theoretical principles are teacher education. So does a professional development experience cohere with what we know is the research base for effective professional development? Is there relevant content? Is the professional development of sufficient duration, et cetera? The second pillar in the diagram is educational psychology. So does a professional development experience harness the principles of what we know about how humans learn and improve people's capacity to think and to affect change? The third pillar is androgyny. So does professional development relate to what we know about how adults learn versus how children might learn? And finally, professional development, does it have a strong policy and accountability basis? Are there sufficient funding mechanisms in place? Are there sufficient barriers, or are there any barriers that might prevent teachers from participating in PD? So if all of those 4 pillars are in place and well represented, then at the very center becomes teachers' motivation to learn from PD. If one or all of them are out of kilter, we found in other research that indeed the PD is not as successful. So we decided to take that motivational framework with the 4 pillars and then kind of put the whole thing under an earthquake and in the concept of this exogenous shock, and say, like, what happens if the whole thing is then disrupted by a massive cultural, scientific, and health phenomenon like a global pandemic? So I always picture this 4 circle diagram and then the whole thing being shaken like crazy. So that was the framework that we used to analyze teachers' motivation.
Yeah, and so I encourage everybody to read the paper, and you'll see how we go through each specific domain and try to figure out what's going on in what happened in the U.S. in relation to that domain. And then we end up, after applying that framework to the pandemic, we end up with just a couple of takeaways that I'll briefly summarize here. And the first one is, as you see in the title, we're really focusing on teacher motivation. And we think that this has been sort of a front and center thing or motivation has been a front and center thing for students and student learning, but not really with teachers and teacher learning. We always think that, or we have thought, when a professional development program fails, we usually say it's because it didn't focus on the right content, or it wasn't long enough, or it didn't feature collaboration. It didn't have the features of effective professional development. But in some cases, a professional development program could have all of those features, as we've shown in our own research, but still not motivate teachers to want to learn, especially in the context of an exogenous shock. So our recommendation is that we need to center teacher motivation as an outcome of professional development. So if we think about a professional development program and how it enhances teachers' knowledge and skills, that's kind of a normal, conventional outcome of professional development. We also should think about how it motivates teachers after the fact to want to implement change in their classrooms. And so we talk a little bit about in the paper about measures of teacher motivation and how researchers might move forward in that realm.
I will just, I think we're kind of coming to the end of our time. Am I correct? Okay. So I'm just going to, this is the most fun thing for me, is to kind of give spoilers about the result of our paper and how we make recommendations for how changes in professional development could be leveraged long-term on the basis of what we learned from an exogenous shock event. One is that teachers really do encounter sort of a fight or flight mechanism, and that some teachers will become more autonomous and want to find information on their own. Some teachers will become more dependent on others and want to team up and kind of fight the situation with their colleagues standing with them. So what we determine is that we recommend people find novel ways for teachers to group themselves and work together. Maybe not just one staff, but maybe large shared interest groups on social media, maybe professional learning communities that are even global. So just finding different characteristics or different ways to organize teachers into groups if they like, but also supporting teachers who want to work on their own, one by one at home, and find individual independent ways to scaffold their learning. The second thing that I think is really interesting is that the hierarchy of teacher wisdom is really flattened during an exogenous shock event, meaning that teachers who are veterans suddenly become beginners, and teachers who are beginners can suddenly become very experienced and knowledgeable, especially in this case, if they were really good with technology. So we need to just sort of rethink this whole idea of, teacher wisdom and equating to years in the profession. Third is that some of the generalized preparation and generalized topics in professional development that oftentimes we've eschewed in favor of very subject specific, how to teach math, how to teach music type learning experiences. Some of these more generalized topics actually are more applicable in more different situations. And so we kind of need to take a step back and say, maybe broader topics about how to organize learning experiences can be really helpful for teachers who are going through the emotional upset of having their teaching circumstances greatly changed. And finally, I always come back to policy, but inflexible policies that don't enable teachers to attend professional development remotely and don't enable teachers to choose and submit for credit the sort of activities they want to engage in on their own. We should really try to revisit those, because it seems that, especially in this situation, teachers wanted to be able to make forward movement in the way that they wanted to. And there were some policies like professional development is only face-to-face and only a certain number of hours that you spend in a room and get signed off with a professor or presenter. Those kind of policies aren't very applicable or helpful during a time of exogenous shock. So those would be some of the recommendations, and for more, you can read the paper.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Emery. We're going to move on now to our second paper, which is from Scotland and Professor Eileen Kennedy, who also happens to be the editor of the journal Professional Development and Education. So without further ado, Professor Kennedy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'm really delighted to be able to join you here from a rather nasty, windy Glaswegian afternoon. What I want to do in the next few minutes is really just to give an overview of 4 key sections in the paper, and then to conclude with some forward-looking thoughts really about potential impact of this paper and hopefully of the issue as a whole. So I start by setting the context of Scotland within the UK, which as a Scot is really important to me, that we do have very separate historical, geographical, political and ideological positioning. We've had our own separate legislation from the rest of the UK since 1885. And we do have a pretty centralised national system, unlike what was described by the previous presenters. There is a dominant ideological narrative, though, that serves to shape education. We're not sure if it's true or if it's a myth, but we have this dominant ideological narrative that tells us that our key focus in Scottish education is on meritocracy and egalitarianism. So I then, excuse me, I then go on to look at the policy context of professional learning in Scotland pre-pandemic. And I suppose the important highlight here is to say that since 1998, we've had increasing formal requirements for teachers to undertake and to account for their professional learning through a whole range of different policy levers. And if I just quote very briefly from the paper to summarise that section, teacher professional learning policy in Scotland is shaped around the professional standards and includes a range of policy levers which require compliance and accountability. The policy narrative is simultaneously framed by a focus on social justice, collaborative learning, and practitioner inquiry. These two perspectives sit alongside each other in the policy discourse, but their alignment in practice is perhaps more of a challenge. And I think the alignment or the potentially battle between these two perspectives was really brought to the foreground during the pandemic. So I then go on to look at what turned out to be quite a decent emerging set of literature around what was happening to teachers and teacher learning in Scotland during the pandemic, and identified three key areas where there were some significant things happening. The first was that teachers' immediate priority was their children and young people's mental health and well-being, rather than on their own pedagogical competence. And professional learning priorities very quickly focused on really quite immediate and local priorities rather than longer term or institutionally focused priorities that would have shaped professional learning plans previously. There were a lot of new challenges here around how one might communicate with children and their families from a distance, and in particular for us, how that might be done whilst also working within the law around our data protection legislation, which is really quite restrictive. So there was a need for technicist knowledge, but also this was underpinned by a bit of moral dilemma. The second big area was digital competence and the requirement for teachers to upskill in order to teach emergency remote teaching really, and then latterly blended learning. And just as Anne-Marie mentioned, or it might have been Justin or both, what we saw here was the disruption to traditional knowledge hierarchies in terms of mentoring, coaching, communities of practice. We saw experts who were not our traditional experts able to share their knowledge across almost horizontally across much wider networks rather than vertically within their own geographically bounded environments. Thirdly, there was a big focus on access to professional learning in two separate ways. So one was this access that became almost unfettered. So gatekeepers were taken away. There was so much free CPD. People loved this, but there were issues around quality assurance. But it meant that teachers could connect with other teachers in other countries, with other stakeholders. They could do things in the evening or at all sorts of times of the day. Also, though, for us in Scotland, whilst we're a very tiny little country compared to many of you, we do have a distinct central belt versus a rural area, well, a massive actually, most of our land mass we would consider to be rural. And previously teachers working in rural areas really struggled to access professional learning. And this became much easier for many. This is not to say that we didn't obviously have some broadband and indeed some hardware issues actually for teachers at the start of the pandemic. But it certainly allowed much more equity of access. So we learned a whole load of things, even just from the research that's out there at the moment or at the point that I wrote this article. And there are some lessons that I think we need to hold on to and to think about how we might really capitalise on. One is around communication with young people and their families, and the idea that professional learning maybe needs to be less based on sets of rigid rules and more based on solution-focused working around particular contexts. So we need to be more responsive to contemporary times rather than more compliant. There was also, I think, a very healthy requirement to reconsider what we understand by pedagogical spaces. And this started with thinking about pedagogical learning around how to teach remotely or in blended learning ways. But as we came back into school buildings, then there became more of a focus on outdoor learning and pedagogies of space and place and outdoor learning. And the idea that the classroom management, as we used to obsess over in terms of professional learning, has now been completely blown up in terms of our conceptualization. What is a classroom? Where are the walls? Well, often there aren't any. Where are the boundaries? And how do we understand pedagogy in class, or indeed relationship management within these different spaces? And the final area was around the professional standards, which were very much the spine of professional learning policy. But what we've seen is that actually probably teachers use these retrospectively to account for the professional learning rather than prospectively to shape the professional learning. So in conclusion, I think a key message here is around accountability. To whom, for what, and how do accountability requirements shape professional learning engagement? But ultimately, though, for me, is that what happened in the pandemic really does reveal hope in humanity. Humans came first, not performance indicators, and that brings joy to my heart. So I think this was partly written for me to capture a moment and to lay down a marker. And I really, really want us to take these lessons and to nurture some of these developments rather than to ping straight back into pre-pandemic ways of learning. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Kennedy, for your presentation. It's so nice to finally see you in person. And thank you so much for the wonderful paper, which we really have enjoyed, right? So I definitely encourage everybody who is listening to read all of the papers, of course, but your paper is really wonderful. Thank you so much. Great, so let's move to the third contribution of this special issue, which is a contribution from Uruguay. The title of this paper, as you can see on the screen, is Reconsidering Teacher Professional Development in the Pandemic Era, the Uruguayan Case. The authors are Denise Vaillant, Mayrela Questa-Torterolo, and Maria Azpinoz from Universidad ORT Uruguay. And unfortunately, they couldn't be with us live today, but they have been really nice, and they have submitted a video by Maria Azpinoz. So if I suppose that now my colleagues over there are going to go ahead and just play the video for us, so we will have the pleasure to listen to their sharing. All right. So I
editor of this journal summarized in this article. The main author is Dr. Denise Vaillant. She's the Dean of the Institute of Education at Universidad of Uruguay. Very sorry we cannot be with you in person today, and I hope you really enjoy the roundtable. Our contribution to the special issue presents the strategies implemented by Uruguay in the face of the COVID-19 emergency in March 2020. Examines Uruguayan standards for professional development of teachers with a focus on digital teaching skills for online instruction. Finally, it summarizes the main aspects concerning professional development for instructional design in emerging situations and lessons learned in a way. Let me briefly say that Uruguay is one of the smallest countries in Latin America with a population of 3.4 million people, 95% living in urban areas and half in its capital city. Education coverage is practically universal until the 6th year of primary school. This is 11 years old. However, regarding the lower secondary level, the number of students who drop out and lag is high. Only 39% of students who enroll graduate from secondary education, a number that worsens the lower the socioeconomic level of students. This gives you a picture of our problems. Having said this, Uruguay has had a state policy for over a decade that includes the delivery of devices, laptops, or tablets to students and teachers within the Plan CEDU framework. This educational policy, the Plan CEDU, was created in 2007 and is a key component to understand the teacher professional development during the pandemic. When face-to-face lessons were suspended in March 2020, Uruguay already had a well-established technological infrastructure to rely on. In our article, we provide many practical examples of CEDU initiatives to promote pedagogical use of technology by teachers and available results from school responses to the pandemic. The actions chosen by the Plan CEDU, together with the governing body of education in Uruguay, were taken in 3 directions. Actions to bridge the educational gap, initiatives to ensure the continuity of education, and supporting teachers to deal with the emergency. Many practical measures were taken, like damaged devices were replaced very fast. To guarantee connectivity, public and private telephone companies collaborated, offering access at no cost to the educational platforms of CEDU. Regarding pedagogical aspects, the responses involved prioritizing content and selecting appropriate resources adapted to the remote teaching context. Teachers have at their disposal the ICT toolkits that offer a set of free digital resources to create presentations, forms, maps, websites, video editing, programming, games, and they also had support. They were included in forums in which they could exchange experiences and even ask for technical help. The article is full of examples of this kind with links to those interested in this experience. Despite the progress, Plan CEDU has faced many challenges, even prior to the pandemic. Several studies point out that despite the policies on technologies and teachers implemented by the Plan CEDU, the scene before the pandemic showed a limited usage of devices and digital resources to support teaching, especially in lower secondary and teacher education. To address these challenges, an ecosystem of content and platforms was created, and the plan integrates more than 50 apps that include gamification, mathematics, adaptive platforms, as well as video conferencing services. There's an open digital library workshops organized for teacher training focused on pedagogical updating and digital skills. It's not new if I say that teachers across all levels of education had to quickly adapt to virtual teaching. And it remains uncertain the long-term impact of these changes and new strategies. We should not forget that online teaching and hybrid contexts are extremely demanding for teachers, and one of the most significant post-pandemic challenges is to rethink teacher education, but also the institutional support to cater for educational inequality. To address these challenges, 3 dimensions must be reviewed. Teacher training policies, this update and lay down rules and regulations, methodological options combining collaborative virtual activities with face-to-face support, and learning activities, this classroom experiences and practices. We will be delighted to offer more information about the Uruguayan case to those interested. You may read the article and contact us. Thank you.
All right, many thanks to our colleagues in Uruguay. We're going to move on now to Australia.
Justin, I'm sorry. Our research provost will be leaving now, so I will just be handing him. Dr. Ahmed Al-Kabi will be handing his gift. So before we proceed, just bear with us for a minute. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
So just Thank you so much, Professor Moran, for being here. We appreciate your time. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we can proceed. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. All right, so now we're here from our colleague Damien Maher from Australia, and he'll present his article, In-Service Teacher Professional Learning in Australia, Lessons Learned from COVID-19. And he also couldn't be with us. It would have been very late in the middle of the night in Australia. So he sent a video and they'll play that now.
Hello from Australia. My name is Dr. Damien Maher, and I'm very pleased to be attending the roundtable discussion focusing on the subtheme, which is educators reshaping the future of education during a global crisis. I would like to begin by thanking Alfredo and Justin for inviting me to contribute an article to the special edition of the International Journal for Research in Education. The Educator-in-Chief, Dr. Ahmed Moran. I would also like to acknowledge those involved in the journal and Expo. My apologies that I cannot attend live, but I have teaching in my morning, so the time frame for this session is difficult for me to attend live. So just to begin a little bit about me, I'm a senior lecturer at the School of International Studies and Education at the University of Technology, Sydney, which is in New South Wales, Australia. The focus of much of my research is on the use of ICT to support teaching and learning. Through this work and in my role of working with pre-service teachers, the place of professional learning is very important to me, and it's one that I have looked at in my research. So during the 20 and 21 years, much professional learning went online, apart from some individual schools who ran their own in-house professional learning. And one of the reasons for this professional learning was to support teachers to teach online. And this is something that a lot of teachers hadn't done before. And so what was required for them was to adopt what was called emergency remote teaching. And that's very different from online teaching. And many teachers, in fact, most teachers had no experience with emergency remote teaching. So it was important that teachers learned what it meant to be completely online for most of their students. Just to illustrate the inexperience of teachers teaching online, there was a research project done in 2020 by Grabowski, to pronounce that. But in that report, they cited a recent survey of 10,000 Australian teachers, which was conducted in April 2020. And the findings of this survey show that only 30% of Australian teachers have been trained to deliver online learning prior to the crisis. So the majority of teachers felt unprepared from the transition to blended learning or online learning to emergency remote teaching. So there were other surveys conducted in Australia and New Zealand to understand the impacts of professional learning during COVID-19. So in an Australian survey in New Zealand, 79 Australian and New Zealand school principals were asked about their top concerns. And interestingly, providing adequate professional learning for the staff was the lowest concern. And this is in contrast to the highest concern of activists, which was meeting the needs of students. So this is a bit contradictory, I think, because the teachers, majority of teachers had no experience teaching completely online. So in order to meet the needs of their students, they needed to understand how to teach online. So there was some interesting findings that came out of surveys that were done in Australia, working with teachers. And principals to understand what was going on during COVID. So the professional learning to support the teacher's understanding was not always applied as they can communicate. For example, in the last scale national survey, with 850 Australian teachers, at least half of those teachers agreed that they had been given professional learning, and approximately half the teachers agreed, or some agreed, that they hadn't been provided with professional development as they need to their own teaching. So that's only half of the workforce who felt that they'd been given professional learning opportunities during COVID. So it left a lot of teachers, I think, feeling pretty unprepared. There was a number of online resources available for teachers during the pandemic. For example, the OECD, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, they published an annotated resource for online learning during COVID-19. And these resources were sort of mixed categories, so that there were a number of resources during the pandemic for teachers. But I think in order for teachers to be able to access and understand how to use those resources for their teaching, those resources need to be presented and unpacked during professional learning. And as I said earlier, there wasn't a lot of professional learning opportunities for teachers during that. So I'd like to just briefly speak about informal professional learning now. So previously I've been talking about professional learning in schools or organised through organisations connected with schools. But I think another important source of professional learning that teachers can draw on is through social media. So that could include sites such as Facebook or Twitter. And those are important sources, and they allow teachers to connect with a large community of teachers, and also to connect with a large amount of resources as well. And that's all I've got time for this session. So thank you for listening, and again, thank you to Justin and Alfredo and all those associated with the journal and the Expo.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much to Dr. Damien Maher for this really interesting and really thought-provoking paper that he submitted from Australia. Again, we encourage everybody to take a look at all of the papers, right? So let's move now to the fifth contribution of within this special issue, which is a contribution from the United Arab Emirates. So this is a really good paper titled Mapping the Evolving Teacher Professional Development Landscape in the United Arab Emirates. So the paper, the lead author of the paper is my very good colleague and friend, Myra Baxal, and she has co-authored the paper with a really nice long list of co-authors. I really would love to know how to pronounce some of the names, but I prefer that Myra is really the one introducing her co-authors. So Myra, I think the floor is yours, and thanks so much for contributing to this special issue and just for the opportunity to edit this and to present here today. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. Before I begin sharing our paper or what we have written in this paper, I would also like to acknowledge all the help of Dr. Ahmed Hamdan, who happens to be the editor of the International Journal for Research and Education. He has worked so hard to ensure that the entire special issue was published. Can we give him a round of applause, please? So that you're able to access the actual articles in time for the Expo presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. So this contribution from UAE University for this special issue is, can you hear me clearly? Hopefully, yes. It's a collaborative write-up with the leadership team of the college as we collectively map the evolving teacher professional development landscape in the country and how this has been impacted by the pandemic. I'm actually sharing this on behalf of our beloved dean, Dr. Najwa Mohammed Al-Hassani, who unfortunately cannot make it today. But in our paper, we wrote about a historical overview of the teacher professional development in the UAE and continuous professional development opportunities and graduate programs for in-service teachers. Then we mapped teacher professional development across various specializations and resulting shifts in the landscape as brought about by the pandemic. So the paper has been roughly subdivided into specific areas that UAE is particularly invested in developing. For example, the area of early childhood has been written by Dr. Rachel Alison Capriti and Dr. Lindsay Schofield, and how teacher professional development has been impacted in this particular field. Dr. Hala El-Hawaris, chair of the Special Education Department, wrote specifically about special education and students of determination, and also wrote a case study of teacher professional development for gifted students. Dr. George Stylianides, former chair of the Health and Physical Education Department, contributed the section on health and physical education. Dr. Mohammed Al-Hassani is here, so Aisha, maybe you can turn the video camera a little bit to show Professor Mohammed Al-Hassani. So he has written about educational leadership. He is the chair of the Foundations of Education Department. And Dr. Ahmed Hamdan and Dr. Asha Al-Muhairi wrote about how COVID-19 has impacted the delivery of online field experiences for pre-service teachers. A few of those pre-service teachers are actually here with us right now at the Expo. And since we only have 7 minutes, I won't have time to go in depth across the specific areas that I have just mentioned, but I will just be sharing the general initiatives done by UAE during the pandemic to support teachers and students during this period. As His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum announced, schools are closed, but education will never stop. The UAE is a well-equipped nation for smart learning. So that's from him. To successfully navigate the rapid transition to a fully online learning platform, the Ministry of Education has taken measured steps to address the needs of teachers and school leaders to make the online learning process more meaningful and engaging. Teacher professional development needed to be done urgently, and a distance specialized training was implemented for 1 week to more than 25,000 teachers and administrators in public schools, in addition to more than 9,200 teachers and administrators from private schools. MOE, the Ministry of Education, provided guidelines for teachers, administrators, and parents on how to manage students' behaviors while going through distance learning. The KHDA, or Knowledge and Human Development Authority in Dubai, launched an e-learning platform to promote online classes for school students during the pandemic outbreak. More importantly, the Al-Qasimi Foundation began collecting pertinent data starting in April 2020 to determine the impact of COVID-19 on education in the UAE, which, as you know, is extremely important for academics, educational researchers, teachers, and policymakers. It is comforting to know that in this study, teachers claim to feel relatively well prepared to meet the demands of online education, even as they feel that they still need more training to engage their students online. This research also indicated how work and school days have become more stressful for educators and learners, and this is even made more salient for working parents coming from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds. So given how economic disparity among society in general has become even more glaring with the pandemic, the government has stepped in to meet the needs of the vulnerable sectors of the community who may not have laptops or reliable internet connections. MOE has distributed 50,000 personal computers and laptops to students from grades 5 to 9 in 151 public schools to support them during distance learning and offered an initiative to provide free internet service on mobile phones of UAE nationals and residents. This free service was provided only to two categories of students: low-income students who do not have home internet service and those who stay in remote areas with no home internet service. It is important to point out, however, that meeting the infrastructure needs is only one part of distance learning. Researchers cited other challenges, including the difficulty in enforcing student attendance, for example, and engagement. I'm sure those who are teaching in higher education institutions can also relate to that. The lack of parental involvement, or maybe the over-involvement of some parents in the making of the assignments of their students, of their children, and weak or inconsistent internet connections, just to cite a few. Now, teacher development professional opportunities increased exponentially during the pandemic, with online environments enabling many more attendees at training courses than ever before. MOE has also initiated timely teacher professional development trainings related to health, safety, and well-being, specifically for school leaders during this period. While there remains much to be done in terms of teacher professional development in the UAE post-pandemic, what is strikingly clear is that the teacher's adaptability. I think I lost my microphone. So you cannot hear me?
You can come to the podium, Dr. Mayra, to the podium. Okay. Podium.
Still can't hear. A little.
Okay, so I am back. Hopefully now you can hear me. So as I was wrapping up what I was about to say, our paper ended with a recommendation to develop a more concrete teacher professional development framework that is more homegrown and more organic, taking into account the unique cultural realities and the needs of the country, all the while ensuring that there is cohesiveness in the structure that is clearly conveyed across the various stakeholders. It is important that systematic research be conducted in a transparent manner to determine the effectiveness of initiatives on building teachers' sense of self-efficacy and whether said impact can be empirically linked to student outcomes and achievement. So that is me for now. For the Q&A, I would invite Professor Mohammed Al-Hassani to join me later on. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Myra, and thank you for spearheading this contribution from the UAE. It was very interesting to read. So we're going to move to our last paper in our special issue, which was co-authored by my colleague Alfredo and his colleagues Yan Lam Ho, Thomas Fan, Jerry Young, and Darren A. Bryant from the Education University of Hong Kong. I'll turn it over to you, Alfredo.
Great, thank you so much, Justin. So, well, yes, as you can see on the screen, so the title of our article is Teacher Professional Development in Hong Kong, describing the current infrastructure. Unfortunately, Yan Lam, Thomas, Jerry, and Darren cannot be with us today, although I think they're probably watching this video, or they will definitely watch the video later. So actually, 3 of them are actually my students, and then Darren is a colleague in the university. So it has been a great experience to write this article with them. So just to give you a little bit of context, right? So Hong Kong, as many of you probably know, is one of the special administrative regions of the People's Republic of China. Hong Kong has a population of around 7.5 million people, with more than 90% of them being ethnically Chinese. Hong Kong is a very highly developed metropolis with, and is currently one of the most important financial centers in the world. And the 2 official languages, written languages here are Chinese and English, also at school, right? The education system of Hong Kong has developed very rapidly in recent decades, being regarded today as one of the world's top performers in education. Students consistently obtain excellent results in international assessments. The gap between high and low achievers is lower than in most other regions. And the family's socioeconomic status has a low influence on student academic performance. So this success of Hong Kong's education system has been actually attributed to multiple interrelated factors, including factors at the macro level, the organization level, and obviously also the family level. So in our article, what we do, we actually focus on Hong Kong's teacher professional development infrastructure, which can be conceptualized as one of these factors within the organizational level. So what we do is drawing on contemporary policy frameworks and regulations, and also institutional websites, and also recent academic literature. So what we do is we outline how teachers from primary and secondary schools are supported in Hong Kong throughout their professional careers. So our article is actually structured into 7 different sections. So I'm going to try and give you a very brief overview of all of these different sections, right? So in section 1, we offer a very general overview of the Hong Kong education system, including the structure and the stages of education, the most recent educational reforms, and also the types of schools available in Hong Kong and the type of teachers who work here, etc. Then section 2 describes the teacher preparation programs offered by the local universities, covering aspects such as the admission criteria for teachers, the different studying modes, the current basic requirements to work here as a primary or secondary school teacher, right? Then section 3 is the one really talking about PD. So in section 3, we introduce the professional ladder, which is a framework designed by the Hong Kong Education Bureau to regulate the professional development offered to both primary and secondary school teachers. Again, just to give a little bit of context, Hong Kong has approximately 57,000 teachers, around 600 primary schools, and around 500 secondary schools. So after introducing this framework, the professional ladder, section 4 reviews the main providers of professional development here, as well as the types of training initiatives that are normally offered to teachers. In this section, we show that Hong Kong has developed a really solid professional development infrastructure with hybrid characteristics. And I will explain a little bit what we mean by that. So on one hand, the system is clearly based on compliance and external accountability. And this actually relates to some of the arguments mentioned earlier by Professor Kennedy. However, on the other hand, teachers here in Hong Kong are really encouraged to design their own professional development journeys by themselves, right? So consistent with another framework available in Hong Kong, which is called the T Standard Plus, the professional development infrastructure is really able to respond to various interests, needs, levels of seniority, and also the career aspirations of teachers. So here, the Education Bureau, the professional ladder actually has set very high requirements for professional development for both primary and secondary school teachers. Every 3 years, teachers are required to complete from 90 to 150 hours of PD, depending on their seniority. And this includes both core and elective training. This requirement is actually significantly higher than in most countries, compared with OECD countries, although lower if we compare with other Asian societies, such as, for example, Japan or Singapore, where PD is seen as an entitlement and not so much as a compulsory requirement. And also the 5 major PD providers of professional development here in Hong Kong are the Education Bureau, which is the sole provider of core PD, and then the different local universities, the schools, which are regarded as learning organizations, also the teacher unions, and then a wide variety of private players, organizations, both including non-profit and for-profit. Teachers in Hong Kong are really offered a wide range of PD opportunities. So this system is quite different as compared to the US system that Justin and Anne-Marie were describing earlier. Here, everything is very centralized. Teachers are offered the same type of PD. So in our paper, we classify this PD into 5 different PD modes. Number 1, structured PD. For example, teachers can participate in workshops, conferences, courses, etc. Number 2, on-the-job PD, including induction, mentoring schemes, learning circles, peer observation, school visits, etc. Number 3, project-based PD, including school, university, and business school partnerships, research and development projects, etc. Number 4, whole school PD, such as teacher development days or professional retreats. And finally, number 5 is individual activities, individual PD activities, for example, graduate studies. So most PD activities offered here in Hong Kong are subject specific and support teachers in the subject matters that they teach at school, for example, English, mathematics, Chinese, technology, music, etc. And normally the PD really aim to foster opportunities for collaborative learning, collegial sharing, and networking among teachers, right? Then in section 5 is where we start elaborating more on the topic of this special issue. So section 5, we elaborate on the most typical PD-related obstacles and difficulties and constraints reported in the local academic literature. And then section 6 is where we go into the discussion about the strategies recently adopted in Hong Kong to tackle the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. So similar to other countries, and similar definitely to other papers included in the special issue, so what we describe is that the urgent requirement for emergency remote teaching suddenly created a shift in favor of very transmissive professional learning, specifically focusing on the acquisition of online teaching and learning knowledge and teacher learning skills. As Anne-Marie mentioned earlier, all of a sudden, younger teachers are the most skilled in terms of their technological and sort of social media, etc. So all of a sudden, all of the teachers really relied on them to learn how to utilize those resources. So in Hong Kong, definitely this became the main concern for educators at all levels, especially during 2020. In the article, we explain how the Education Bureau and also the local universities and the schools quickly adapted to the challenges of the pandemic by providing teachers with a lot of funding, devices, training materials, computers, and different kinds of resources, especially resources related to distance teaching and learning, as well as also PD using alternative delivery modes, online, blended, and even face-to-face later on when things improve, respecting social distance measures. Both synchronous and asynchronous PD activities have been conducted in this past 2 years. In contrast, teacher unions and also private organizations were asked to either cancel or postpone their face-to-face PD courses during the early stages of the pandemic, so they really were not able to make any significant changes to their PD approaches. They were resuming activities using face-to-face online strategies, but unfortunately, given the current virus situation here in Hong Kong is very severe again, so these activities have been interrupted once again. Well, so finally, in section 7 of the paper, we present the concluding remarks and we outline some future research directions in the Hong Kong context. So we conclude that Hong Kong has made great efforts to design a high-quality professional development infrastructure, including diverse options and pathways for professional learning to better tackle the demands of recent educational reforms. However, we also show that this solid PD infrastructure is really part of a rather hierarchical education system in which quantity of provision, the number of hours, the number of courses, and also the content covered have been prioritized over teacher agency and autonomy, including during the pandemic times. So for these reasons, we claim that more research is needed in Hong Kong to investigate the actual impact of PD on both teacher practices and also student learning. And moreover, we argue also that the uncertainty of today's times really require new perspectives on PD design, implementation, and evaluation in Hong Kong, and that Hong Kong must continue to think creatively about how to best support teachers during these difficult times. So my co-authors and I encourage the readers of the International Journal for Research in Education to read our paper and also reflect on whether and how the Hong Kong teacher PD infrastructure could really inspire improvements in their own PD systems. So thanks so much for your attention. Great. So I think, Justin, I think this is the end of the sharing for the 6 papers of the special issue. So I guess now it's time for like a little bit of an open discussion, questions for the audience, or a little bit of a sharing, right? Justin.
Yes. Do we have any questions? I don't see any questions in the Zoom webinar. So I'll just pose a starting question to our panelists here, because one of the things that was interesting about that I think we all kind of talked about was that professional development during the pandemic became very widely accessible, and maybe some of the standards for quality in some of those opportunities went down or changed in some way. So I wonder if, I don't know, Eileen and Marie or Alfredo, it doesn't matter, if you want to talk a little bit about the quality of professional development opportunities during the pandemic and whether we have learned that maybe we don't need gatekeepers or maybe we do. Maybe the standards were relaxed too much. Who wants to kind of take that one?
I'll come in if I may. I think for me, it raises interesting questions about how we understood quality pre-pandemic as well. There seems to be this idea that if we remove gatekeepers, and I know I might actually have inadvertently suggested this, but if we remove gatekeepers, we somehow lower quality. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think for me, it throws up a lot of issues about what is quality and quality for what and for whom, which relates to that issue around accountability. So not an answer, maybe just another question, I think, from me.
Before we move on, I think we might need to wrap up a little bit earlier than we had originally planned, because this space is apparently going to be used. Again, apologies for that. So maybe just a 5-minute wrap up, and then that pretty much sums up the panel discussion, I'm afraid. I'm really sorry about this.
Oh, no problem.
So maybe final concluding statements from maybe the guest editors, and then we can finish and cap off our roundtable discussion.
Okay, sure. Well, thank you so much, Myra, and UAE University and the International Journal for Music, or excuse me, International Journal for Music. You can tell what discipline I come from. The International Journal for Research and Education. It's been such a pleasure, and I hope that that you all will use the QR code that's on your screen now and read all of the excellent contributions from the folks who made contributions to this special issue, because they are really great and insightful, and give us an understanding, a global and complex understanding of professional learning around the globe. So thank you so much. And Alfredo, if you have any other thoughts, we'll end there.
Well, maybe a couple of sentences, right? So it has been a really great opportunity to edit this. connecting with one point that Professor Kennedy was just now making. I thought before I knew a lot about PD and how to measure and about what is effective, what is not effective. And all of a sudden, and also editing this special issue and listening and reading all of the voices, I realized I actually don't think I know that much because we really have to learn. We really need to learn a whole new story, right? So definitely mandating teachers to go to take hours and hours and hours doesn't work. Systems that do that don't necessarily, when teachers don't have to do it, they probably don't continue to do it. So anyway, so I really, I think the special issue in a way opens a lot of, is really thought-provoking. It really made me think a lot about professional development, what is exactly what we are doing here, what others are doing. So I don't know, so it has been a great learning opportunity for me. And I guess we have a lot of work to continue to do in terms of, you know, designing strategies to continue to do our work as educators a little bit better. So thank you so much to everybody here.
Thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, we are deeply, incredibly grateful, and we are honored to have Professor Eileen Kennedy, Professor Anne Stanley, Professor Justin West, and Professor Alfredo Bautista join us remotely today. Alfredo, we really have to get you here at one time. I do look forward to seeing you face to face. Some of our colleagues are already here in the UAE University, and I truly hope that we can, you know, invite you for some collaboration. And of course, Professor Justin West as well, and Dr. Anne-Marie Stanley, and Professor Eileen Kennedy. We are deeply honored to have you join us today. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you all tomorrow for the third day of our Quality Education in the University of the Future conference. See you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
You're okay like this?